So patch 1.1.9.6 is live, and yeah, finally this year, right? Finally this year. Let's turn down the music a tiny bit, maybe. There we go, right? Alright, so we are pleased to have our latest bug fix and balancing update in our hands, or like in your hands rather. With 1.1.9.6 we have revisited ranged weapons and made a much more viable end game choice in general compared to the limited section from before. So what they did basically is change ranged pass-through from being available on only certain guns to being, well, available on basically, not all but most weapon pool skills within the classes. And at the same time they also like removed ranged like pass-through on most of the weapons in general. Still, some of the weapons have like pass-through on specific skills, right? So yeah, I mean that overall means that more weapons are like viable, or like the disparity between like a pistol or a gun having pass-through and another one not having pass-through is not as like insane anymore, right? Like there's not as much of a power difference between the like different guns anymore, which is great. Like gun builds were, well, for the Crucible at least, only like the pass-through guns were pretty much viable. Everything else was kind of bad anyway. And for the main campaign, it's just like nice to have like better AoE while leveling as well, just from like using certain weapon pool skills, right? Welcome guys, and there's Neomore, Track League, Illuminator, Crab Turtle, Micmac, Twitch, Barata Toxica, welcome guys. Are shotguns good in Grim Dawn? Yes, shotguns, there's no like damage penalty for shotguns in Grim Dawn, apart from Rune of Hagurad. Alright, likewise we reviewed many niche playstyles and improved the availability of skill points, bonuses for them. So many of the like Nemesis shoulders and I think like Nemesis pants, for example, now have all like up to 4 skills they support with like plus skill points instead of like less than that. And also some of the faction gear has like plus skills on a wider variety of skills than before, right? Yo, thanks for the gifted sub. Neomort, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Illuminator. And Illuminator, welcome back to the Bloomers. JFF, welcome in. Megafer, welcome in. Doc Whiskey, welcome in, guys. Alright, table of context. Xbox addressed the number of issues that can blah blah blah, like basically just bug fixing, makes sense. Finally, projectile fragments from Ravenous Earth penalties are like working properly on Xbox as well. Crucible, increase the cooldown. Oh yeah, that's like the Kubacabra like healing nerf that people like complain about, like his healing is too good in like these environments. I mean, sure. And the main campaign, they're like not really changed at all. This will mean like that the game is easier yet to get though. Okay, let's go for animation. Animation is just like bug fixing for leap attacks. Just like basically improved how they feel like for one-handed guns. And for 200 meta weapons on female characters. For some reason, Kratos being sexist here again. Not anymore though, not anymore. They have gone woke, right? Increase the speed of 200 range kneeling barrage animation. Kneeling barrage animation is, I think, from something like the cold weapon pool skill from Inquisitor, right? Like chilling rounds, right? Has like this kneeling animation, I think. Double shot animation by 10%. Or is this like actually Storm Spray? Actually, I mean, I don't know. They're like also like called differently in the files. They're not like called Kneeling Barrage animation. But yeah, basically like certain like weapon pool skills will have a quicker animation now. So that's nice. That feels good for ranged playstyle. Fix memory leak, blah blah blah. Okay, more bug fixing, right? Game, following a review of Fire Code, the Bastion of Chaos had most of its door removed. Oh yeah, this was already like part of the beta patch, of course. And this was also part actually of our Season 3 map for Bastion of Chaos, right? We also like removed a couple of the doors in the season. So you can say that actually Crate, yeah, they liked our stance, like interpretation of Bastion of Chaos more than their own, and they have adjusted their own like version of Bastion of Chaos, which I mean, yeah, sounds great, right? Like taking community feedback here into the game and making it available to all play people like that are also not playing the league. Fix an issue where some of the arcane heroes did not have the arcane glow visual. Yep, that's always nice to have better clarity. Fix an issue where certain monster skills could become targeted by on-hit effects rather than casting monster. Wait, what? Certain monster skills could become targeted by on-hit effects rather than the casting monster. What does that even mean? Beer bribing had nothing to do with it, yeah. Yeah, totally doesn't have anything to do with that. Workman Tyler. Increase monster percent physical and automate by 2%. Yep, not only 1%, but 2% is basically like a nerf to all physical builds. Physical damage, as you might have known already, was pretty much the best damage type in 1.1.9.5. And with this change, they're nerfing all physical damage builds by like 2% basically, which is good. They're also like nerfing some other physical builds a bit more on top, but that's like in itemization or like in skills, right? Now it's the worst damage type. I'm pretty sure it's far from the worst. Like, it's still good. It's not just as brokenly good as what it was before. Itemization, right? We have some itemization changes to especially prefixes and suffixes, especially like rare prefixes. Yo, Wildman France, welcome on. Thanks for the bit. And Ground Zero, welcome on, welcome on. Yep, Pat, yep. Yeah, so this is what I said earlier, right? Like, pass-through modifiers have shifted from weapons onto weapon pool skills.
I've been expecting
and also onto some of the like weapon pool skills that you get from items as well, right? Yeah, that's basically what he says here, right? In order to improve skill point distribution and gear. Yeah, this is also what I said, like told you guys about earlier, right? Like more skill points for certain monster frequent rings. Like shoulder armor, torso armor, faction gear, etc, etc. Yeah, alright. Yo, your AoE, thank you so much for the prime, man. Welcome on, welcome on. Welcome to the Bloomers. Can we start over? I literally just started. Faction equipment, all faction helmets, shoulder, torso have +3 instead of +2. Actually, no, it's 3 different skills that support instead of 2 skills that support. Know that some might feature less if you don't own both expansions. Makes sense. Like if an item supports Oathkeeper, then obviously it cannot support Oathkeeper if you don't have the Oathkeeper expansion. Blood Surge added casting speed. I have no idea which item this even is, but I mean, sure, seems good. Should we check out which item this is? Blood Surge, Blood Render. Replace bonuses to Utterance Rage with plus Reaping Strike and increase Vitality damage modifier for warding death. I mean, Blood Render. Yeah, which items are these even? Night Stalker's Pendant, increase Frostburn damage during of steel. Sure. Lethal intense. More grasping wine stuff, sure. Added duration modifier to grasping wines, that's actually interesting. Lethal intense. Plus, okay, Blood Surge is the grasping wines, like craftable from a faction item, which now has casting speed for grasping wines. I mean, it has like casting speed matching its attack speed. That's fine, makes sense. This one has like better Bone Harvest damage, makes sense. Like Fire Bone Harvest is kind of meme as well. I skipped over the affixes. Yeah, that's true. I should like revisit them. Lethal Intense is this one, and this one has now also Acid Vines. That's actually really interesting. It's not the retaliation one though, right? Okay, I mean that should be nice. Like acid grasping vines apart from retaliation is like a complete meme, and even with retail it's like not that amazingly strong right now. Let's check out the affixes real quick, right? Prefixes ancient, replace % constitution with pierce res. Like this is just a straight up buff. Like who cares about constitution, right? Devastating, added % physical damage. Which is fine because they removed physical damage on formidable. And they gave this health, right? Yeah, so that it lost physical damage and constitution and it gains health now. Making formidable an even more formidable choice for like defense for pretty much any build, especially like non-physical builds. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, so formidable is an even more formidable choice for anything non-physical, and even for physical, like it's still a very nice defensive option. Imposing replaced health with vitality resistance. Imposing is, I think, like also like another like physical rare prefix usually, which is like, I mean, this is generally, I would say, like a nerf. But some builds that require vitality resistance, like for those builds, it's gonna be like good or maybe even like improvement. Tyrant's prefix, removed physical damage. Tyrants has like lots of utility actually, but I think like damage reduction and stuff like that on it. So kind of like unfair that like physical damage gets like damage reduction on top of damage for free, like on the same affix. So I mean, I think this makes sense. Unyielding, replace Constitution with Aetherus, that's like a straight up buff. Incantation, increase all damage, I mean that's obviously like a buff as well. Minions Wall at Pierce Thrust at levels 82 plus, that's also like a buff. This was like always like a decent suffix there, I feel like. It's better now for sure. Nature's Bounty has Chaos Thrust now. I mean, yeah. These are all getting buffed. Why not? I mean, people didn't really like use them that much, I feel like, so it's pretty fun to like buff them. Seed of Blight, increase weapon damage and removes crit damage. This could be overall good, but I'm not sure. Like they remove the crit damage at the same time. This definitely means that you're gonna like heal more with this ability, like heal more consistently there. That's pretty nice. Yeah, Tyrants is still good because of like just like the damage reduction it has and stuff like that. It has both flat and percent fizz. I mean, yeah, it still will have like flat fizz then now. Grim Dawn is updating on Steam. Well, yeah, there's a patch out. That's why. So welcome on Skrabubu, Whiteman Frost, to Armed Man, Big Mac. I mean, Big Mac was here already. That means no more Titan Quest. For now, yeah. Probably no more Titan Quest. Okay, we were here at Oculant, right? Oculant is a acid shield, increased DA, added elemental res, and +1 to Nightblade. I mean, Nightblade and shield is just like always so awkward there, I don't know. But it has like pretty high block chance for Nightblades. I mean, that's cool. Like you can do like Shattering Smash Dervish basically with this, right? It's like a acid Shattering Smash Dervish build. I think that might actually not be that bad. I think somebody actually like played this already like on the test patch and it wasn't that bad. Or like at least okay. Redeemer of Mammoth, added 55 Fizz on Burgos Shears. Sure. This way could be converted to Pierce though, right? Like Redeemer of Mammoth is like a Pierce weapon. Redeemer, it's like a budget Pierce Knight, like Pierce Blade Master item, right? Kind of. It has only 30% armor piercing there, and that's kind of low. Usually you want these kind of items to have like 50%, so that you have like 100% armor piercing when you use like the one devotion, right? But still, it's like, I mean, it's obviously like still a Pierce weapon, not a physical weapon. Because like once you have armor piercing, like you're gonna convert, and that's like bad for physical. Solar's Devourer, increased weapon damage for Ignafar to 50%. Wait, really? Wasn't this like already like one of the best ways to play Ignifier? And that's pretty strong, I think. There's a later removed pass-through, damage just accordingly, blah 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 blah. Okay. So yeah, this thing will now just have like more speed of damage in general. Won't have projectile pass-through at every single attack, but only when you're using bursting round. But also actually on chilling rounds, because chilling rounds will have like pass-through by default now, right? Also has like cold to fire, which makes like using chilling rounds. It's like another incentive to like use chilling rounds now, basically, right? I mean, this seems like overall like a nice buff though. Like even with the pass-through removed, I mean, sure, it might be like slightly slower in the Crucible, but outside the Crucible, this is like way better now. Vampirius added 0.5 cooldown modifier for Reap Spirit. Right, that actually means that I have to look at one of my league items. Because otherwise... I mean... that might make Chaos Reap Spirit like potentially really strong with like certain league items, but like outside of the league is like a meme, I think. I mean, maybe it's not a meme, but I don't know. Chaos Reap Spirit seems kind of like a meme there, outside of the league at least. Dawn Immortal as an early development, Kappa Kipo. Witch Moon added away increased cold damage modifier to Ring of Steel. Sure, I mean, it doesn't really do that much, but it's like a buff to a budget item, like to a beginner item. Word of Solar added the 80 DA reduction to Bloody Pox. Word of Solar. Oh, that's for Vitality Guardians, right? Vitality Granada. So like it's a buff to like the support skill of this, if you even choose to go for Occultus secondary. Alright. I mean, why not? Doesn't really like do that much, I guess. Relic, Iron Storm, added cold damage. This is insane actually for like cold shamans, like cold promise strike shamans, stuff like that, or like cold like savagery shamans. I have the Storm Relic getting like % cold damage is insane. Gunslinger's Talisman added pass through to granted skill. Marauders added pass through to granted skill. Plunderers added pass through to granted skill. Like these are the like dual wield ranged enabling relics that you can craft, right? I mean that's pretty nice for sure. Dallas Outbreak replaced crit damage with 3% DA. I mean, it's like a power shift from offense to defense. Probably still strong, like. Not sure there's like a buff or a nerf. I mean, for hardcore it's probably like a buff. For softcore, not sure. Why 70%? What? It's at 70%. Yeah, Create is done with releasing content. They were not done with balancing. I'm not sure if they're gonna do another balance patch after this though. I feel like it's... I don't know like what's left to balance even, honestly. I mean, this thing like still made sense. The patch before this also made sense. But now, I don't know. Anyway, Monster Infrequents, right? Like all of them have like bonuses to 3 skills. Nemesis Shoulders support 4 masteries. Yeah, okay. Out of Sermons, increased Chaos damage modifier to Rune of Calastor. So for example, my Chaos Rune of Calastor Deceiver that I played, right? It's stronger now. Aether Warp Cleaver, increased physical damage to Cadence. This was always like maybe okay as a one-off, right? On like Cadence builds. This thing from the guy from Paul Verbery, right? It's like alright as a one-off for sure. Like you play a full Warborn and like this one on your found, that's fine. But it's like only like 30% more damage. I mean, that's something, it's fine. Alchemist Scythe, increased core damage modifier for builds to 400. Sure, I mean this kinda sucked. I tried like making a build like this, right? It was kinda meh. So this getting buffed is nice. Ascendant Conduit. Increased bonuses to Vindictive Flame and all extra flash freeze to +3. Added modifiers for Maven Sphere of Protection. Ascendant Conduit. Wait. This one, what does it even do in game? Okay, I wanna check out the modifier. Baligor's Crusher, increased poison damage. Sure, I mean that's like a buff also to the Witch Hunter I made like last year or 2 years ago. Was it last year? I don't remember, like these items are still like new to me, but they've been released like over a year ago, I think. Bane Gargoth's Shard. Higher damage on Fire Force Wave, right? With like cooldown and flat to Flame Touched. Like there's a like shield, Force Wave, commando build basically. Yozuroth, Workman. I wanna see Maven's mod? Yeah, same. Let's go on, I don't know, like any build here that's alive at least. This one is alive, right? This one's actually dead. Let's go on this one. And then also we need Item Assistant, because I have some of my items on Item Assistant. Quick patch rundown, proceeds to go through every single item one by one. Wait, how's it? Okay, game, hello. Okay, yeah, we're gonna check that out once my Item Assistant loads up. Bargo's Heart, increased elemental damage for Pernathic Burst to 33, added 45 pierced elemental. So you can play like elemental damage Infiltrator with us, I think. Didn't actually Reynan play one like yesterday on stream, or like some days ago on stream? Whatever, I don't care. What's the name of the thing? Ascendant Conduit. You said physical is nerfed? Yeah, but like only a bit. Bartholom's Gavel reduced fire damage modifier and judgment, and burn damage modifier to 80 divided by 2. I think like there was a very strong like judgment aura paladin or something like that somewhere in those like Pandora papers that like Xantai received, because for some reason he's been like still nerfing like judgment and Heart of Wrath by quite a bit. Not a boss grip, but holy fuck damage. I mean like most Nightblades, right? They're like very quick for like campaign farming. Not necessarily like good for super bosses, but... So it has fire damage, cold damage, and 8% health to Maven Sphere. So it just makes you like tankier and give you more fire and cold damage. And what does the base thing support? Vindictive Flame, OFF, question mark? You can play like Vindictive Flame builds, right? But usually you play them with the Ember Scalding set, and then you play like a Pyromancer. This would be for Sorcerer, right? Yeah. Just go next, yeah. Not really that, I mean... Not really that interesting. Okay, Basilisk Crest, increased duration for this is just like quality of life, nothing else. but nice quality of life. Basilisk Fang, increased percent attack, like lifesteal for Drixie to 5%, retaliation added to attack to 12%, alright, so retaliation Drixie gets stronger, and Drixie in general, like non-retail and retail, can get like more life leech from this medal. Basilisk Mark, increased duration for blood rate, again just like quality of life. Blaze Herald added minus 50 OA reduction to Word of Pain. Blaze Herald? That's like that one dagger from the one thing, right? Yeah, from the Herald, yeah. Okay. Didn't they nerf this one like quite a bit at some point? They like removed the RR and Word of Pain entirely, right? And now it's just like OA debuff. I mean, Aether Infiltrator is like a shadow of its former self, I think. But it gets like a small defensive buff. Blood Barrage Thorn, reduced... Okay, here we go, Blitz changes, right? Blitz changes. Reduced cooldown reduction modifier for Blitz to 0.9. Blood Briar currently has 1. Alright, so you have 0.1 seconds higher cooldown on Blitz now. Alright. And that's something. Bone Blade, added percent bleed and added 90 bleed per second to Bloody Pox level 90 plus, 70 plus rather. Bone Blade. Who? Oh, this thing. Like, supports not only wit but also bleed. Does it have like at least percent bleed as well now, or? Yeah, they added percent bleed. Okay, makes sense. Alright, that's cool. Another option for bleeding builds. 0.1 second nerf. Chill Blood Carcass, added modifiers for Monk Drogon's Pact. Chill... Do I even have one? I have some actually, okay. What are the Monk Drogon's Pact modifiers? Health? That's... whatever. Shield recovery, shield block. I mean, nobody fucking cares, right? It's not gonna make this item good all of a sudden. Force Wave considered OP. For endgame it's like considered underpowered. For leveling it's good. Ditch, go next. Alright, Colossal Bulwark. Base damage is now Aether as intended. Increased Aether damage modifier for Spectral Binding to 34 and reduced Aether damage percent to 80. Overall this is a pretty nice like buff to like Aether Death Knights, right? Like Sword and Board, classic Creek set Death Knights are getting quite the buff with this. Right, that's the Death Knight like shield, right? Colossal Bulwark. Yeah, it's the Aether Death Knight shield. So this is like Aether damage here now instead of physical. Makes sense. Also buff to Aether Blade Arc Commander. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, I would say for endgame Force Wave, it's probably like in a balanced spot. Some people say it's like slightly underpowered even. Colossal Defender, increased retaliation damage to attack to Aegis of Men here. That's like the Aegis shield, right? It's a fire shield, right? Like this one is fire, physical to fire, and fire retail is obviously like not in the best spot right now. So them like doubling the bonus here is, I would say, totally fine, because like if you're playing that as well, right, then you don't really want to use this, right, because this one converts fire to acid. Honestly, I don't know why it's not like more than just 10, right? Like you gain 10 here, but you lose 18. It's still not good enough, right? Colossal Defender, yeah, that's the item. The Material and Slicer, increased percent weapon damage Marista's Quick Quad to 24%, pierce damage modifier for that 80. Wait, they're buffing Slicer? I mean, they're buffing, okay, they're like buffing the weapon pool skill that sometimes the people who played this item didn't even use, right? So, yo, DMT Workman and Joe Workman, guys. Elena's Necklace added health to Star Pact. And this is very nice for Spellbreakers, honestly. Like, Spellbreakers are rather squishy, so this is very nice. Flashboard Archive, fixed missing pet bonuses. Buffs to pets, Monka. Flashboard Carbine added 50% elemental to Aether for reckless power. That's the 1-2-unit gun, right? That's this one. Is this good for any build? I'm still like struggling to like find a build for this, to be honest. I mean, sure, it's like a generic ranged two-handed Aether gun supporting pretty much only Arcanist. Like, what do you play with this? Like, Aether Sorcerer? Elemental to Aether. I mean, that's good for Fire Strike, right? I guess. Yeah, the arcane bonuses are also, like, horrible. Kind of-ish. Discount Vortex of Souls, the Red Scorcher. Like, the Red Scorcher is also, like, not a good item, I think. And this is, like, the budget version of a not a good item, so it's, like, just a bad item, I guess. Flash Warp Cask, on the other hand, is a pretty good item, which now has 6% DA on IE. It's, like, great for battle mages, like, not, like, really good, actually, for battle mages. It already had, like, 6% OA. Now it will have 6% OA and DA. On top of like almost making Warcry permanent. Like this is a really good item for battle mages, right? That's insane. But like, when do you play this? You play this on like still worse than Ravager's Helm because no RR. Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably, maybe. If you get like the right affixes, this could be maybe better than Ravager's. But... I mean, this sounds like an insane buff, but like then you have to like think about it, and it's like a battle mage, right? And then you're like, okay, I mean, battle mage needs something like this to make this even like usable, right? And also you cannot play it with Spell Scourge anyway, which is like the only like actual meta battle mage build, right? And you also can't use it with like full Creek set. Like you only play this on like what, physical force-way battle mage? And then it also has to like compete against Ravagers. You can also just play the helmet early as any Arcanist. That's true. Like, it's very defensive stats for Arcanists. And like OA and A is pretty nice. You can also like, I feel like you can play this on any soldier and any Arcanist. It's just, even though it supports Battle Mage, it's again like not necessarily that great for Battle Mage. I mean, the Warcry stuff is also nice for like soldiers for leveling. Even like early endgame for budget builds, like always have been nice. Alright, the Fleshwarped Codex added % Aether damage. This was the one with like the weird conversion, right? Like it had, yeah, like it had % elemental damage, but it converts fire to Aether to Calidra's Tempest. Like what? Huh? Nani? Added 6% Fizz Rust to Blow Shield. Still like just a Calidra's Tempest item, right? Bone Harvest buff? Yeah. Alright, Ganavakar Sting increased acid damage to RF 22. I'm not sure this needed a buff. but it got a buff, and it's already like the best item for as a dervish while leveling, and endgame it's like always also like the best until you like get your GG items, I guess. I mean, they did buff the Rift Claw Slicer though, and I guess because of that they also have to like buff this because they buffed the Rift Claw Slicer. I guess that's fine. Gargoyle's Gaze added 8% last hit to ABB and increased Frostburn damage to Rune for Ground. Sure. I mean, that's a pretty nice buff, I think, to this item. Golos Ring. Golos now has Pierce Resistance. That is pretty huge. Not gonna lie, right? That is pretty huge. Because this ring was already like pretty good on certain builds. It's still very, very hard to get a good ring here though, right? Like this ring is still ridiculously hard. I mean, it's not hard to farm Golos, right? But like getting a good ring is still pretty like RNG dependent, like very hard to get. Also 3rd plus skill on Golos ring now. That would be indeed good to know, yeah. Menhir's Bulwark. Wait, what? Holy. That's actually insane. What the fuck? That's like so insane, dude. For Commando, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's better for Commando than for Water, I would say. Dude, but even on Water, dude, should I play this on Avenger now? Like, you can just play this on Avenger now, right? Holy. Oh my god. What? Avenger Water buff? Nani? Okay, where's the build? Do I even have it in here? It's not in here. I mean, it was a league build, right? It's not even in here, right? Fuck. Wait, don't I have it like somewhere else on the forums? Avenger Water. You played instead of Menhirion, right? Like, why play Menhirion when you can play Godos Ring? Combustion and Matriarch? I mean, yeah, it's hard to beat Combustion and Matriarch, but if you want like a more defensive option, which was like Menhirion before, then you just like can play Golos now, right? I mean, it's just like so tanky. Combustion has 600. You don't care about the HP though, like flat HP is whatever in this build. You care about like either armor or like regen. And Menhir's Bulwark's like regen and absorption, right? Like you can, I mean, you will get 21 points, right? Like this. I mean, 21 points is like not as good as 22, of course. But if you can get to like 22, like look at the health gen, it's like another like 34 flat and like more flat damage, percent absorption. That's pretty good. I mean, not for damage, but like a very nice defensive option for sure. Alright, Grobotoxic Effigy, reduced percent weapon damage on Driggsy Blind to 26. Wait, Driggsy Blind was OP? Huh? When did I miss that? Question mark, question mark, question mark. How do you leak start a retaliation build? I mean, I personally wouldn't, because retaliation sucks if you don't have gear. But You can, I guess, play the... I think like Acid is like the best. Like an Acid, Witchblade or Sentinel or even Warlord. And try to get like hands on Perdition set pieces. But yeah, ideally you never level as Retaliation, you just like convert into Retaliation later on. But if you really want to play Retaliation while leveling already, then I think like Acid and like playing Ages of Men here and... yeah. When will the league start? I mean, since the patch is out now, soon to M. Like, we're gonna do an announcement soon, I think. Very soon. So that's like the official announcement of the announcement, I guess. Gorgazor's Heart, increased duration modifier for the renewal. That's again like just quality of life. Igor's Eternal Vigil, quality of life. Added 60% cold damage modifier, sure, more damage on this. That's pretty nice. I mean, I generally like that they're like buffing like Nightblades in general, I get again on this patch, because I feel like Nightblades, they were really strong like a couple of patches ago, and then they got like nerfed and other stuff got buffed, and now they, like in the last couple of patches, it was like, why even play Nightblade? Like if you want to just dual wield or like play melee, just like play a Retaliation build or like some physical soldier or physical Oathkeeper instead, like with Shattering Smash, right? That like dealt more damage than a dual wield Nightblade and was still tankier, so dual wield Nightblades are hopefully making like a comeback this patch, right? Kaliska's Harvest reduced bleed into and trauma damage modifier and presence of virtue, removed percent physical damage. This was like one of the prime examples of why like physical warlords were like ridiculously OP. Not the bleed part, not the internal trauma part was OP, but like the physical part. Just like insane percent damage you can get on this shield, and now you can't get as much anymore, which is fine. Kyrian's Skullbreaker. Increased flat damage for this. Reduced weapon damage modifier and fast strike to 18%. Wait, what? That's actually getting nerfed? Oh, okay. So Kyrian's Skullbreaker fast strike was like OP? Not sure. What's standing out as insanely OP now? Good question. That's for you guys to find out, I guess. I think Bone Harvest is gonna be pretty strong this patch, because it's also getting buffed, and I think it was like already okay before. Increased cooldown reduction to Promise Strike. Also, like in general, right? They are doing buffs to cooldown versions of Force Wave, Promise Strike, and Bone Harvest, while like nerfing spam Promise Strike and spam Force Wave a bit. Which will result in more or less like the same power for spam, Promise Strike, and Force Wave as before, but like a buff for like the cooldown version, right? Lagoth Axe Bloodbinding, more bleed damage and Siphon Souls. Oh yeah, that's like another big change actually. Also, this patch, right? Like Siphon Souls is getting buffed a lot. Like Siphon Souls is actually gonna be like a good spell now, because it was a very bad spell in the past, like bad uptime spell, especially, right? You were basically like, if you just played Siphon Soul itself, like you had only 3-second duration, just bad, right? And Seer Souls made this duration good. Like with Seer Souls, the skill was playable, but then it was like an Aether skill only, basically. And they're like buffing the duration, basically, and also like reducing the cooldown, I think. Like you basically have 100% uptime now, even without the modifier, so that's like very nice for non-Aether. Buffing shit spell, no, it's good. No, I think it's actually good now. Leaf Mane Horn, increased poison damage to Dreek's Evil Eye. Wait, this is like... oh, this is like the one for cooldown Dreek's Evil Eye, and this is the one for spam. And they're nerfing the spam one and buffing the cooldown one. Okay. Leaf Mane Trophy, increased bit damage to Drain Essence. I mean, the skill was like kind of bad anyway. Locksmith's Frostblade, replaced crit with health. I really don't like this change thematically. Balance wise, I probably also don't like it that much, but I guess it's a fair trade-off. Valgur. Marketar the Red Blade increased percent weapon damage to execution again. Pog, Marketar Snipe Blades are back. Mark of Necrothan, increased code damage modifier for Kalidar's Tempest. It's still called Kalidar's Tempest, but I mean a shit skill getting buffed is never bad, so that's nice. Messenger's Blaze Cannon, increased range modifier to virus might to 4. This gun might be interesting. I think it's pretty shit as well. And this is probably not gonna make it good, but at least more interesting. Milton's Cask, here we go. Reduce physical damage on shield training to 15%, physical damage modifier to 50. Removed physical damage modifier for bloods to at low levels. Okay, so that's like a hefty nerf for leveling for bloods, right, early game. And this is like a nerf for, well, all bloods builds, like in early and end game. Which is fair, because, you know, bloods is pretty freaking strong. Namadea's Horn, increased code damage modifier for magnetic burst, like another code upgrade buff, nice. Narankur's Blade, Chaos. This is specifically like a Chaos Witchblade buff, actually, so like the one Witchblade that I played. So Sephond is getting buffed with this buff, right? Obsidian Defender, increased Chaos damage modifier for Shitting Smash and Witchfire. That's pretty nice, actually. But reduced percent Chaos to Witchfire to 80. Question mark? I mean, they're also nerfing Shattering Smash, so that's like probably like a compensation buff overall. Marketar buff is mostly Reaper buff. Yeah, it's mostly for Reaper, but yeah. It's like usable for all Nightblades, of course. Pitmaster's Axe, increased bleed damage. I mean, that's good. This weapon is garbage as well. Necklace, Putrid Necklace, increased duration modifier for the Rodrigue, just quality of life. I like it. Ragnar's Maw, added +3 summon limit and -100 defensive ability reduction to the Thermite Mine. Now, that's actually very interesting. You can get like a minefield, right? That's thematically really nice. Is +3 summon limit gonna be enough? I feel like it should be like +6 or something to like make it actually interesting or good. It doesn't really like help the build right that much. I like the change, like I like the idea, but I don't think it's enough. Ravenous Claw, increased reiteration damage to attack to minions agency of men here to 10%. Like again another like retaliation buff. This is I think mostly also aimed towards especially acid. I mean, yeah, this one converts to acid as well, so like it's only playable for acid. Yeah, it's an acid Ages of Men here buff from 4 to 10%. That's huge. Wait, they're buffing acid by 6%, and acid already has like 18% from the modifier. And they're buffing fire by only 5%? Huh? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Are they like buffing fire in another way as well? Or... I don't get it. Is Thermite an aura? I thought it's only applies if it hits. I mean, it's like an aura around the entity, but it's like a very, very tiny aura, so they have to like basically stand in the flame, yeah. Can we play acid using the fire shield, or does it convert? It converts. It converts physical to fire. Alright, Run a Proxy Sting. No, this one is usable for both Ages of Men here builds, right? And it's also like heavily favored towards acid, I think. But actually, no, it just has like percent physical and percent acid damage, but like the retail part doesn't care about that anyway, right? This can be used for any Aegis build, right? physical, fire, acid. With the buffs it's getting, it's probably going to be mandatory for every single Aegis spell as well though. Not sure if I like the mandatory, like it being so mandatory, but I mean that's a pretty big buff as well here, right? At least like mandatory for retaliation. I mean, it's not that big of a buff, it's only 2% from 10 to 2. Increases? Yeah, it's 2%. Yo, Alt Crusader, welcome. Mythical Earth Splitter has 6% total damage modified to Force Fire. That sounds insane. Okay, Radak Mark added 100% of Aether, Delta Vitality to Promise Strike. This is there so that you can use Vortex of Souls with us, right? This makes like Vortex of Souls playable with the Vitality Promise Strike like super easily. Scarab's Carapace added 80% elemental damage to Maven's Sword Protection. That's the one like Aura of Sincere shield, right? I don't think like 80% is like enough to make you play Templar for this. Or like Mage Hunter. Probably not. But Edible Gold Axe, I mean Elemental's getting like hefty buffs as well this patch though. Spectral Battle Axe, increased percent weapon damage modifier to warding death. Wait, they're actually buffing this again? They like nerfed it and like buffed it and nerfed it and buffed it. Again, this like competes with Market Arts as well, right? It's like directly with Market Art competing weapon. Throw Bone Crusher, increased bleed damage to Savagery. That's the one like troll item that you always need for crafting, right? I mean, fine, right? That's fine. Probably only good for leveling still, as it was before. Arcane Weaver, that's the elemental fast track one, right? So more damage, reduced projectile pass-through modifier to 33% though. This was 100% earlier. But it has more flat damage, so like it will be better for single target, worse for AoE. And also it will gain like better bonuses to Arcana's side of this weapon, but like, let's be real, like who plays elemental ranged fire strike sorcerer? Like nobody, right? Why would you even play this like for Sork? I don't know. Buy launcher, increased duration for Blood of Dreeg. This is the ranged Emerald's Blade Burst item, right? I mean, it getting past through is pretty nice. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. You can also like spam this with the conduit, right? Like play acid spam with the conduit. That's pretty nice. Bolt thrower, increased bleed damage for stone spread. That's like thematic, I guess. I mean, it might be okay with the Gold Drinker set, right? Other than that, it's kind of like a thematic buff here. Flame Strife, reduced fire damage modifier for Ignafar to 48. Because apparently Fire Ignafar was OP with this item, I have no idea. Howler, increased wit damage to Siphon Souls to 18, added 70 DA reduction to it. Okay. That's the one Vitality gun that you basically use like as a scepter. And you can play this together with Valgor set, for example. I guess. But then again, why would you play this over Decree of Mammoth? Which like adds lifesteal to totems. It's like good for leveling though, for sure. Ugnenborg Spark Thrower. Yeah, so basically like another buff for cooldown Promise Strike. And a buff to Stormbox, making this like even stronger for Vindicator. Pretty nice, pretty nice. I feel like Vindicator version of this was kind of like falling behind Druid anyway, so buffing Vindicator seems good to me. Venom Launcher added regen to Blood of Dreeg. Probably nobody cares about this ever. Wilkazor's Heart, increased duration to Magnetic Burst, like again, just quality of life. Vidof's Ring added Aether Resistance. Vidof's Ring is a great ring for especially Acid Dervishes, right? This ring here. Also, it might have gotten like a third skill support now, right? Let's check it out. Let's not pick the one that already has like Aether Rest though, let's pick like, I don't know, It doesn't matter, like this one for example. So it has, wait, it didn't have, it only had +3 to Path of the 3 now, before, and now it has +3 to Path of the 3, and also +3 to Necrotic Edge on top now. That's like a buff to Acid Reapers, and potentially Acid Oppressors? And it has like Aether resistance on top, which is like nice for pretty much any Nightblade, of course, right? Necrotic Edge, lol. Yeah, I mean, it's not the best +3 that you can get here, but it could be good for Acid Reapers, but then again, like, how do you even play Acid Reapers? Living Rain has +3 to Ravenous Earth. Yeah, I mean, they made a conduit for Cold Ravenous Earth, right? So, that's good for that. And also, it's good for the Elemental Ravenous Earth that you can play in the League. Zenda played the League confirmed. Maybe. Viper Hemorrhager? How do you even say that? Increased bleeding damage to Penultimate Blades and Devouring Swarm. Yeah, I mean, this item was kind of like underwhelming. And it's getting buffed, so nice. Sand Spitter added 10% weapon damage and 35% weapon damage to RF and Zolan's technique. But removed pass through to Righteous Fervor. Now the thing is, Smite already has pass through, and Zolan's technique I think also gets pass through on ranged weapons this patch, so the build can still have like up to 60% pass through if you like max out those two abilities, right? Is this gun like strong enough compared to something like Death Dealer's Sidearm? Maybe, maybe not. I have no idea. Death Guard equals Acid Reaper. Death Guard to me always feels like more like a... It's not really like a weapon pool centric set anymore, right? It was at some point in the past, but they like reworked it to be more like Bone Harvest stuff. I don't know about like Death Guard for this ring. But yeah, it's like one of the options that you have for sure. Warden's Fortress, here we go, another Blitz nerf, right? 0.5, it was I think 0.6 before. So physical Blitz Warlord will have 0.2 seconds less cooldown Blitz, right? I mean more cooldown rather. Viper Sand Spitter good again. I mean, it was already good before, like with the pass through on RF. Wendigo Barb, increased duration for Blizzard Reek to 120 and add 8% attack and casting speed to it. That's an item for Acid Witch Hunter, right? Like, it gotta be like one of the worst items for Acid Nightblades there is in the entire game, right? You can also play Acid Reaper with this, right? Cold to Acid to Spectral Binding, attack speed to Spectral Binding. But it's not getting a buff for Reaper, right? It's only getting a buff on like Witch Hunter side. And you're not gonna play like dual wield Acid Cabalets with this, are you? You're always gonna play like a Nightblade, I think. Wait, are you actually gonna play like Cabalist? That sounds weird. Radleth's Bulwark, increased bonuses to OFF and Hot plus 3, added modifiers to these counters elemental exchange. Alright, let's check it out. Radleth. Radleth's protection. Bulwark rather. Has % damage to IE. Cold Frostburn and Flat. Oh man, it's like a good leveling shield if you want to like level with OFF early, I guess. Like for the trash clear, it's pretty good. I'm surprised I stashed one of those. Dude, I was surprised I also had this one. Like these two items are like one of the worst items in the entire game, right? And honestly, they still are. Right? They still aren't really that amazing. Look at the flat damage, by the way. This one has 175 flat cold damage, right? Why does this one have only 95? Huh? Okay, I mean, it has 103 flat. This one has 39 flat. Okay, I mean, this just has like variety flat on top. Like, flat with variance on top, I guess. I mean, okay. That's not like the reason why it's bad. Or good. It's good for the maggot killing achievement build. True. Zarya's Pendant replaced Viscerous for pets with 8% health for pets. Fuck pets. So this is a nerf, right? I mean, yeah. Sounds good. Removed attack speed for real this time? Hell yeah. Pets were already unplayable for Copium. Zarathuzalan's Archive reduced burn to Virus Might to 90 per 2 seconds. I mean, the burn didn't stack anyway, right? From like different Virus Might volcanic strikes, so that's fine. This is like a non-existent, like this nerf is like whatever. Alright, epic items, Amnesty set. This is like the Acid Retaliation set, right? This is the Perdition set, basically. Is it not? Amnesty International set. Can't write. Yeah, this is Mythical Perdition. So it has like 16 here instead of 12 now. Yeah, basically. Chest Guard of Perdition, more armor, more armor, more armor, more armor, more... Okay, dude, I feel like we need to like play a Perdition Acid Aegis Retaliation set build. Like, this could actually be really strong now. Right? Would Apostate be good finally? Who? Corruptor of Souls, reduce pet bonuses on a skill proc. Corruptors of Souls is OP, confirmed. I don't understand these nerfs, to be honest. But maybe it was OP. I don't know, I don't play pets. Bonuses to Soul Harvest. Because Soul Harvest gives you bonuses to pets, right? Okay. I have no idea. This apparently was OP or something. Dega's Hood, increased poison retaliation. Pog. That's nice, that's nice. I just said it was kind of mediocre. So. Dawn Shield set, increased Aether Rest and Chaos Rest to 32. That's like the Lightning Retaliation set, right? I mean, yeah, like any buff to the set, like, is good, I guess. Would it like matter? Would it make the set suddenly good? Probably not. I mean, the 2-piece or 3-piece? Wait, is it 3 or is it only 2 pieces that are used when you play like Dawn Guard? Dawn, what's the other one? Dawn, not Dawn Shield, but like Dawn Guard? No, not Dawn Guard. The other Lightning Retail set. Grundon just had a patch? Yes. Just like an hour ago. Increased health, added +4 retribution. Okay, this is a good buff. The weapon needs like insane buffs though, like it's garbage, right? Like, why would you play a 2-handed axe on retaliation when you could play a shield? It needs more than this, like, to be good though. Like, what is this? It's like, it's not helping, dude. It needs more. It's like a shit ton of damage or something to like justify not playing a shield. And it doesn't have that, so... Tempest Sigil. Nerfs to empowered blue items. It's not gonna affect endgame anyway, who cares? Will of Fate. Oh yeah, that's the blue gun, the blue pass-through gun. This will be the only blue item in the game now that it has a skill modifier. They removed the pass-through. Increased away, added +4 bursting rounds, and they gave bursting rounds pass through. Honestly, I feel like if they wanted to have one single item that like kept the pass through, I think like they could have like just left this item alone, like left it as it is, right? Dawnbreaker, yeah. What was the set, right? Dawnbreaker is the purple set. Which is shoulders, shield, hammer, amulet. So wait, it's only shoulder that's blocking from Dawn. Guard. It's only blocking... it's blocking weapon and shoulders. So you do play 3-piece. So there's a buff to like the... But it also like uses 3-piece Dawn Shield. I mean Dawn Guard and Dawnbreaker, I guess. Okay. Myrmidon armor set. Wait, they're buffing Myrmidon? So removed health on chest, added on the set. Okay, I mean that's like whatever, right? They thought like the chest is too OP. I mean, I guess maybe. No idea. I mean, this set is fine, and it's getting like a small buff. Sure. Astral leg wraps. This one. Elemental Aether Cadence Director's Power Pants. Like, these are actually not that bad for certain cadence builds, probably. But it's just like getting more health. I mean, whatever. This is like a whatever buff, I think. Blaze Guard Arbiter. Does shield? Wait, does anybody like ever use this shield? Has anybody like ever seen anybody use this shield? What is this shield even? Who? What? Why? I even forgot this exists, dude. I mean, nobody's gonna use it because of like higher health and DA on this now. It looks cool though, but it's fucking garbage, right? Blight Shard Amulet. Increased conversion for pets to 100%. Oh, that's interesting. This might be interesting for acid pet builds, right? Not sure how the situation on those builds were, but this is nice, right? Bloodbath Links added +2 to Blade Trap. Who? What? Blood-bathed. Oh, this one. Added +2 Blade Trap. Cool. Anybody gonna care about that? Probably not. Brawler's Gloves, added retaliation damage. That's like... Oh, this one. I mean... It certainly makes sense thematically. It's like another option. I feel like in general, like retaliation doesn't have many options, so like this is another option. That's pretty nice. Crest of the Black Legion. Increased health to 100, fill the rest to 15. That's like just like a generic defensive, oh yeah, shield, which also nobody uses ever. I guess it's like a budget fizz retail shield, right? Sure. Buff all the budget like retail stuff. That's fine to me. Like retail sucks anyway for leveling, or like for budget, so any like retail budget buff is a good buff in my eyes. Dawn Shard Bulwark. Added Fizras. I mean, that's good, right? Fire Retail Shield. Generic, like, Fire Retail Shield. I mean, this item went from like absolute fucking garbage trash to usable if you don't find any other shield in this, right? I guess. And it's a good buff, yeah. Is it gonna be enough to make it like usable in any way? Probably not. And you can play it like for +1 Oathkeeper if you're like playing a fire retaliation budget Oathkeeper. But if you're doing that, you're probably playing the Fire Aegis shield anyway, right? Which you can vendor farm. I mean, I don't know. Deathbringer Raiment. Added +2 Siphon Souls and +3 Rune of Ground. That's cool. Support for Aether Rune of Ground. Ah, that seems nice. Yeah, sure, why not? Devil's Gun. Grin, rather. This one. Oh, I remember using this item like at level 31 on my very first character back in the Necrom Dawn. It was pretty. I thought it's like pretty cool back then at level 31, but like for endgame, it's like a meme, right? Added more health. I mean, what an item like this would need is like Fizras, right? If like a blue item like this doesn't have Fizras, it's like a complete meme anyway, right? Yo, Atlantic, welcome. Dread Guard, increased health and Fizras. Okay, I mean, this one at least has Fizras, right? What? Mythical Dread Guard. Oh shit. This is actually a good item, right? For pets, like for pet necromancers. And it's getting a buff. I mean, this is just good. Good item. Dread Rune Leg Guards, increase Pierce Rust to 32, with Rust to 16. Fizz, Vitality, Force Wave, Dread, Bone Harvest. I don't know, this item's like whatever. It's like good for Force Wave, I guess. For physical Force Wave. Changes are ridiculous. Which ones? Adamantium, added Fizras. Dude, like all these blue shields need Fizras to be like viable in some way or form, I think. Unless they give it like ridiculous other stats, which most of them don't. Eyes of the Reaper, added +2 Devouring Blades. That's like Blade Trap, right? Devouring Blades is the modifier from Blade Trap, right? Yeah, it is. So Eyes of the Reaper has like Blade Trap support now, Pog. Faith's Guard, increased the 8/8 and added 24 Aetherus. Faith's Guard. This is a cool shield. This is like the... It's like a Lightning Aegis shield, right? Except it's not. And it has no Physics. It has lightning retaliation? No, it doesn't either. Wait, what does the shield even do? It just does nothing. It has like defense, I guess, but it's also... but it has like physical to lightning conversion. Like it just like fucks up any build that's physical. I think like if this shield had no conversion and it had like 12% Physics, it would be like maybe good on like 1% of like beginner builds. But as it is, it's like always gonna just nerf your build, right? Unless you're playing a lightning Oathkeeper, but how do you even play that? Like while leveling, right? I mean, these are like blue items are always like, unless they're like level 94 super strong blue items, they're like usually always only there for beginners, right? Like these are like starter items for beginners that are new to the game. But this is like soldier, this is Oathkeeper, this is soldier, this is shaman, this is Oathkeeper. It has percent physical damage, but it converts physical to lightning. Like why does this exist here? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Like if there was like, you know, other support to like play lightning or like lightning soldiers or Oathkeepers already while leveling in some way or form, apart from endgame itemization, then this would make sense to exist, but there doesn't exist any lightning support for neither of those classes, apart from endgame, right? Unless you're like playing the league and like play lightning Aegis, I guess. If you play lightning Aegis, and you also like play the dedicated shield for that, and not this one, right? So I don't know, it's just like an absolute garbage item, and any buff won't help it unless like they remove the conversion and like give it at least something else, right? Flamebreaker added 1600 health. That's a shit ton of health. Just added. To an item that also has no physical resistance. But at least it has like +1 demo and fire damage, so like it kind of makes sense in a way. I mean, this is like already a better item than the last one that we looked at. It's not really great, but it's not the worst at least. Left Hand of Carnage added +2 to Blade Trap. Oh yeah, Carnage rings are actually not that bad, right? I mean, these like supporting Blade Trap, it's not that bad actually. I think it's fine. It's just Blade Trap needs. I mean, this is fine. It just needs a bit more on other items on top. Pog noob item, the fire shield. Yeah, it's like a Pog noob item, I guess. Yeah. But it's really like not that good in general stuff. Legionnaire's Rebuke. Legionnaire's Rebuke. Oh yeah, this one. Physical Inquisitor Shield. Okay, I mean this one makes sense, this item, right? It converts elemental to physical, which like Inquisitor has lots of elemental damage. Converts all of that to Inquisitor. You can play with a gun. You can play Cadence. You can play Retribution. Makes sense for like physical paladins, physical tacticians as like a budget shield. And it also has like this on top, like attack speed, health, attack speed, physical damage, pierce rest. Like this is a totally fine like budget. What do they call like the? Was it Wrathguard? Oh no, this is the pierce item. What's the physical one I call again? Watcher of Erudan. Yeah, exactly. It's like a budget watcher. It's a budget this item, which is totally fine. I mean, it's a blue item after all. It's more common. It is a budget watcher. Totally fine. This item is totally fine. And Yeah, it gets more health, more bleed resistance, increased pierce rust, and increased physical damage. Like, it's totally fine. Mythical Lich Guard, increased health, increased Physirus. Lich Guard. Dude, these items are getting insane amounts of HP though, I'm gonna say that. This is a pet item. Yikes. Watch us all damage though. Yeah, that's true, the blue item is actually more defensive, right? So it's a pet item, has Physirus, has tons of HP. And this is a decent item, I guess. It's just like missing +1 all skill that like the Necromancer shield has. The proc is kinda sick. 80% absorption below 33. Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is like a great, as well, like a great starter pet shield for beginners, for sure. It's pretty nice. Also, like for hardcore beginners, it's pretty nice as well because of the like the proc, right? Good item. Like for a blue item, it's totally fine how it is. Locust Gem, added plus the Devouring Blades, like more blade trap support, right, on Locust Gem. Sure, I mean, why not, right? Ravenous Guard, increased health. It's a pretty bad item, right? Less damage from insectoids. Not even from all beasts, just from insectoids. And it's a very... yeah, this is from Ravna. And this is just like a theme item as well. Right Hand of Carnage, more Blade Trap support. Skin Flare Raiment, more Blade Trap support. I mean, I like all this like Blade Trap support in general. Spirit Eater Bulwark. Oh, this one is cool as fuck as well. Like visually, this one is a pretty cool item. But I mean, it's pretty trash, is it not? Health and Chaos Runs. I mean, sure. Storm Scourge Bulwark. It has no Physirus, by the way. Like, no Physirus, so like trash. Storm Scourge Bulwark. Gets what? More Physirus and more health. Would you ever play this ever on anything? At least it has like not only bonuses to Soldier and Oathkeeper. It's stupid trash. Tempest Sigil, reduce bonuses to Raging Tempest to +2. Okay. Yeah, some lightning builds were actually like using this pretty nicely. Tyrion's Grips, added fire return. Okay, I mean, makes sense on this item, why not, right? Sure. Tyrion's Step, increased health to 6. Like a buff for budget physical retail. Sure, why not? Just defense though. Vanguard of the Legion. It's like another of those, like all these shields, like nobody fucking uses them ever. I mean, actually this one has +1 Soldier, like it's not that bad. It's like a budget siege breaker or something like that. What's the point if Blade Trap still can't affect bosses? I mean, it's an AoE skill, I guess. Yeah, there's still another new patch for Grim Dawn. I mean, there's no content really. It's mostly balancing and bug fixing, but still, it's pretty nice. It does help making the game like a better game overall. There is still support. Vault Keeper's Mark. Added +3 range expertise, increased bonuses to granted skill. That's nice. Like this one, right? This item should be like one of the go-to medals for pierce, like for ranged pierce playstyles, over say Direwolf Crest, right? What is the increase on the granted skill? I don't have it. Well, we'll never find out then. While score on leg plates added 660 HP. That's like nice for Dervishes, I think. Like Dervishes always need more HP. It's actually retaliation, never mind. So that's also nice for like budget retaliation, shield throw, for example, right? When is the patch out? It's out, it came out like 2 hours ago. Or like 1.5 hours ago. If you're playing on GOG though, you might have to wait a little bit longer. It's out on Steam already though, for sure. Watch of the Frozen North. This is a really cool looking item, right? But it sucks. And it gets what? More Fizz and more health. I mean, it's like in line with all the other buffs, the other like trash shields. Is it gonna make this item good all of a sudden? No, right. Will of Fate, that's the mythical gun we were like talking about, the mythical version of the gun we were talking about earlier, that like has its projectile pass-through removed, but has pass-through on bursting round now. Stonefather Bulwark, more Fizz on Stonefather set. Stonefather is already like a decent blue set, right? Totally fine set overall. Gets more Fizz here instead of 8, it has like 40 now, right? 6% more. Solid set. Eastern Oath from 6 down to 5% away, right? Another nerf to the all beloved Eastern set, which is like a really strong set. So I guess like a small nerf is fine. It's gonna survive this for sure. What is more interesting though is like damage bonuses are replaced with elemental damage, right? Now the question is, does it also have burn damage? Right, that's the actual question. It did also get burn damage. Okay. So that's very nice for, well, not only like cold and lightning Trozen now, but also for elemental Trozen or fire Trozen specific, right? This item looks cool, but it sucks. Your favorite type of item? Yep. Yep. Alright, so that's just like a buff to fire and elemental Trozen in general, basically. Will of Fate. Wait, Will of Fate? Where was the other one? Oh, this was Empowered Will of Fate. Yeah, okay, it's like 3 versions of the same gun. Alright, legendary items. Andros' Amplifier, replace fire and cold damage with 3% away, constant speed and health. They're finally like embracing this just as a caster pistol, right? Andros had like flat damage before, implying you can like play it as a default attacker. Hint, it was trash for that playstyle. Always has been like a caster pistol. So it gets like away casting speed and health instead, which is very nice for, well, the Rune of Color Store, Mortar Trap kind of like caster playstyle that you want to play this with anyway. I assume the same would go for the mythical one, right? Somewhere down here. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Beacon of Winter's Veil. Increased max projectiles on the skill proc to 4. Wait, what's it called? Beacon of the Winter's Veil, okay. Wait, this had like max projectiles earlier? I didn't tell you. It still doesn't. I might have been like only 2 or 3 before, right? That's pretty cool. If you duel with him, you can get up to like 8 snowflakes circling around you, right? Pretty cool, pretty cool. Blaze Heart. Blaze Heart, increase fire damage modifier to 32. Making it like more competitive with the Carrion's Mace. Cinder Core, replace burn damage with cooldown reduction. Yeah, I mean you don't use this for anything but like throwing grenades, I think, as well. It's like the one-handed Granado build. Like one-handed Granado pistol, constant pistol as well. This one getting CDR is gonna be pretty interesting though. Maybe we should try this gun. Cinder Touch gets a small nerf on attack and casting speed on it. Fair though, I think. The item is still pretty good. Colossal Grasp, reduced physical damage and percent chance of physical damage on the granted skill. Oh yeah, that one was insanely good, right? For pretty much like any shield user right now. So just getting nerfed is totally fine to me. Cognitive Arcane Whispers, reduced damage modifier on Aether Ray to 18. Wait, which one is this? The Vitality penalty gets more leech. And this is a big one, right? Increased freeze resistance reduction modifier to extra flash freeze to 36%. So, you know like how Mage Slayer set makes OFF viable, right? Oh, this is the Pierce one. They're nerfing Pierce Aether Ray for some reason. Okay, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that was OP, no idea. And now you can play this one, 36% here, right? And then you can combine that with some other items. For example, you could even like combine it with just like the Luminari set, right? If you play like the full Luminari set, for example, you would have 20 here and then like 36 from the OFF, so like you get 56%, which is 1% more than Mage Slayer set, right? Eastern set Cold Blitz Warlord, what? Scandra Chosen was already playable. Where are the blue items we talked about? Blue items that are just horrible. There are many of them. Coin of Destructive Whispers, Vindictive Flame variant has been redesigned to support cold thermite mines. Yeah, you can have like basically like a minefield of cold thermite mines as well. I think it was like shown somewhere as well. Pretty cool. I mean, is it gonna be viable? No idea. It looks cool though. Divine Vespers Conduit. This is the Aether Hour Reckoning one, I think. Yeah, has 8% leech now. It's pretty high. Cold damage one has Cold RF has more damage on it, and Cold Guardians have more damage as well. Okay. The spam Ages of Menhir Conduit would have way less retaliation damage there. Okay. Night Whispers. Added 100% Fist to Lightning to the Shadow Strike variant. Yeah, makes sense. Added 100% Code of Chaos to the Chaos 1000 Blades variant. Makes sense. Those were like not really that amazing either already, right? Conduit. Yeah, lightning one only converted pierce and aether, not physical. Which is like when you're using a flat physical item with this, like for example the Storm Rend, which actually fits this, I think, pretty nicely, like the playstyle pretty nicely. Then like the flat physical of the Storm Rend would not be converted, which kind of sucks. So, but now it will be, so that's pretty nice. Really, really nice for like lightning tricksters. Patches out, Pog, yeah, welcome Atakan. Did I notice any changes compared to PTR? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't looked at the PTR changelog for like a long time. I think 1 or 2 are there actually, that are like new as well. Yeah, the Chaos one, right? It's only converted Pierce to Chaos before. And now it also lays converts Code to Chaos. Okay. I'm not sure if that's enough though, to make this like good, probably not. Reduce damage modified penalty for ABB to 20% for the spam one, okay. Increased trap resistance reduction to blade trap to 36% as well. You can play like, okay, wait. You could already play like Rhyme Tongue, right? How much does Rhyme Tongue have? Rhyme Tongue has 55, it's the same as the Mage Slayer, right? And this one will have 36, so if you combine it with, for example, like Luminari set again, you will get to 56, like 1% more than Rhyme Tongue. But it's pretty nice. Right, it's pretty nice actually. It converts Pierce to Vitality to Blade Trap though. Wait, is there anything else? Like, you don't really want to play Luminari set for like Vitality, right? That doesn't make any sense. Let's go over here and then Blade Trap, right? Oh, and this is also good. Yeah, Blade Trap has like no items, right? In general, like it has 2 items, right? Like it has Rhyme Tongue set and like 1 item. 2 items. It has 2 items. What? Reduced Aether damage modifier for Aether variant of Phantasm Blades to 18. It like cleared the Crucible too quickly, I guess. I don't know. Blade Barrier variant has been redesigned to support Chaos Shadow Strike. Chaos Shadow Strike, eh? Wait, didn't Dammit already like put that stuff in here as well? Chaos Shadow Strike. No, it's not to be seen here. Does anybody have like a pick of the Chaos Shadow Strike? So this one doesn't exist anymore. Rest in peace, Blade Barrier. Conet of Undying Whispers. Added an execute damage modifier for Lightning Bone Harvest. Sure, Lightning Bone Harvest is like kind of a meme as well. Updated base Conet base conversions on the Chaos variant to Bone Harvest to 25. Mid to Chaos, that seems more like a bug fix. Increased damage modifier for Aether, Ignifier to 18%. Increased OA reduction Aether for Aether variant for pain to minus 80. Increased A reduction modifier for Chaos variant for pain to minus 80. I mean, sure, like some buffs here and there, whatever. That's the Soldier one, right? Increased acid damage modifier for Cadence. That's gonna be pretty nice. Added 1% of pierce damage added to acid as well. I mean, converted to acid as well. That's gonna be very nice for acid Blade Masters especially. Added -1 cooldown For Cold and Lightning variants of Blade Arc. Added 200 fire over 3 for Fire Blade Arc. Wait, Cold and Lightning Blade Arc even exists? Wait, what? How do you play those? Taunt. Code has taunt. Taunt is cheat. Is the update truly out until Grindules is updated? Think about it. You don't, you just don't play this. I mean, so you could play Lightning as a water, and then how do you play this? Like you play Cooldown Blade Arc combined with what? Savagery? Or like you like alternate between Cooldown Blade Arc and Cooldown Promise Strike? And like how do you play Cold Blade Arc there? Huh? Turtle Shell has 6.1k shield with 5.9 second cooldown. Yeah, I mean, I told you Turtle's gonna be great. Kind of Wild Whispers increased percent damage modifier for Aether Promise Strike to 15%. And is like in line with the Pew Pew gun getting nerfed, right? The Vortex of Souls getting nerfed. Death Leader's sidearm reduced damage to... what? Oh yeah, right, Death Leader's sidearm has like a totally different weapon pool skill now, right? Which is probably more consistent than the old one, but certainly less damage. Is it? Wait, is it like a craftable gun?
I'll keep an eye on this. I do the best I can with what I've got.
Right, that's why. So it has 15% chance to be used, 70% pass through, 150 main hand damage, added flat, always hits with both weapons. Okay, I mean, I think that's probably a good weapon pool skill now as well. I mean, the old one was also good. This one seems like more in line with like standard weapon pool skills now. And I mean, it's a cadence gun, right? You play cadence, and then either Reaping, like Necromancer secondary or Oathkeeper secondary. It's like still the same gun basically. Just the weapon pool skill is more consistent now. Death Guard Sigil increased A to 52. I mean, whatever. Mythical Decree of Mammoth has Life Leech on totems now. This is absolutely insane, especially for Valgur set, like Ritualist, right? That was absolutely insane. Like, leeching on totems, like you just run around in a circle, not getting hit, and also leeching on top, like what? Divine Steel Halberd added Constitution with, I mean, replaced Constitution with Fire Retaliation. I mean, that's good, for sure. Divine Steel. It's like a budget, kind of like a budget, because you can like find the blueprint pretty easily, I think. Kind of like a budget fire retail chest. That's pretty cool. I mean, it fits the theme as well of this one. That's a nerf, it was 12%. Wait, which one? Which one is getting nerfed? Oh, this was 12% before? On the test patch? I mean, it was like 0 before this patch. I mean, 8% is still insane, like, or like you leeching in, like, at all from totems is like pretty nice. And 8% might not be quite as busted as like 12% was. Or like would have been. Red Scorcher increased fire conversion to 80 to 50%, sure. Eldritch Gaze added +3 Shattering Smash. That's the like Chaos helmet, right? That people use for Blade Arc, for example. Chaos Blade Arc. And also like supports Chaos Shattering Smash.
Bring me back any blueprints you find.
Fist to Chaos and Flat Chaos to Shattering Smash. I mean, cool. That's a very nice compliment to like the one shield. Dude, this is really cool actually. Like Chaos Sentinel. Like Sword and Board Chaos Sentinel. Pretty nice, I think. Pretty nice. Empyrean's Mercy added +3 to Cadence. From +2 to +3. I'm not sure. Does anybody like play this even for Cadence? Big question mark, right? Big question mark. Evoker of Elgoloth removed crit damage. Theros Cube increased core damage to penalty to 130, reduced core damage to Ignifer to 52. Wait, they're nerfing Code Ignifer? Increasing, I mean, yeah, like buffing penalty in any way is always nice, right? Especially cold. And Guthook Belt replaced crit damage with attack speed. Guthook with attack speed now. It's like a nerf to bleed, I feel like. But it's also like a buff to attack-based, like savagery-based bleeding bolts. It's like you're applying your stuff quicker. Heart of the Mountain reduced Vitras and added Bleedras. I mean, that's like in general just like a buff, I would say. Giving you like more resistances, and like more resistances in general. Pretty good like code trickster item for sure. Horns of Korok, more health, sure. It's good for like Shadow Strike and Savagery builds, right? This one. Harion's Bulwark. No, this item is pretty bad, right? Increased CDR to -12, Physical to 16, Veterans to 50, added 45 Pierced Elemental. Those are some pretty hefty buffs. But does the Pierced Elemental even matter? Like, what does it matter for? Like, to heal via bat? Does it only matter for bat and nothing else? Okay, it has +1 Nightblade here, but like, you're never gonna... Or are you gonna play Nightblade with us? No, right? You play like Mage Hunter or maybe Templar or Paladin. Matters for Arcane Empowerment, for the 1-pointer in Arcane Empowerment. And matters for Ring of Steel if you're playing Nightblade. Yeah. It's probably like best for bat, right? Like for healing via bat. Korok's Brand. Added pass through on the Grounded Skull. Really, that's pretty nice. Cobalt Worm replaced Break Morale with +2 Soldier. Feels like a Promise Strike, maybe good finally. Copio. So this will have +2 Soldier instead of +4 to Break Morale, right? So you're gonna like lose +2 Break Morale basically. And you play Water or... well, Vindicator, right? The shield conversion matters for Rune of Hagrad. Yikes. Mad Queen's Claw Mythical, increased weapon damage for Bergo Shears and acid damage modifier for wording death to 90. Okay, I mean that's nice. Mark of Consumption, increased OA to 3%, added damage to Undead. It's a bleeding metal, right? That's why you get like more damage to Undead. Yeah, it's like a bleeding item, that's why. It also gets more OA. I mean, that's overall pretty nice though. Pretty nice stuff. Misery, adding casting speed and bonuses to grasping violence, increase acid damage modifier for RF. I still don't understand why like this item supports grasping violence, to be honest. It's like a big question mark to me. Like this item just like screams acid dervish. Or maybe like witch hunter. Because like it has attack speed, right? It has damage. Acid damage. Acid damage to RF. Acid damage to Blood Rig. Like what is... Why would you play grasping violence with this ever? Huh? Like what purpose does grasping violence fulfill here? I don't get it. I don't get it. And now it has like +3 instead of +2. I mean, who the fuck cares, right? Who cares? Morgonath's leg plates, increased health. Okay. When do you play this? You usually play Reaper Pants over this, right? If you're playing Bonehouse at least. This is Rune of Hagrad, right? Maybe you played with Rune of Hagrad? Or with Blitz? Or Shadow Strike? I don't know. Abyssal Mask, added +3 blood boil. Added modifiers to Siphon Souls. This is a craft, right? Abyssal Mask. So it has just vitality damage and recharge to Siphon Souls. But like Valgor has a helmet anyway, right? So like you never play this over Valgur. You play this for Drain Essence, right? You play this on Drain Essence builds, and then you use Siphon Souls as like another support skill, right? Makes sense. I mean, it's like for it's for Drain Essence builds, right? Like for Vitality, Drain Essence, Kabbalas. That's like where you play this item. What's gonna be my next build? I don't know. Honestly, Adversary removed conversion for Granado. It is on the amulet now, which means you can play physical Granado with Adversary now as well if you want to, which might be interesting. Mythical Amatok Step, increased poison rest to 38 and reduced wit rest to 18. I mean, whatever. I don't think that really matters. This is the Cutter Store and Motor Trap gun, right? We were like talking about earlier. Remove the flat, added casting speed stuff. Sure. And increased damage on Cutter Store as well. Alright. Arcanum Fridges. This one is like a bad item, in my opinion. What does it get now? Increased Chaos to Cold to PB to 100. Added Frostburn to PB. Increased Fire to Cold to Devastation. I think that's actually good. This is actually good. I think my complaint with this item in the past was that you get 100% Aether to Cold for some reason, right, for free, but not the Fire to Cold, which actually matters. I was always like saying you could get 50% Aether to Cold and 100 fire to cold instead, because you get like Aether to cold conversion on Star Pact anyway, but now it just has like full conversion on both, which is like totally fine. But that also means that a certain conduit of Arcane Whispers is like less mandatory. Like it basically has the same conversion as this conduit now, right? Oh no, that's the wrong conduit. As this one, right? So you play this one if you want like a more spread out, less single target damage devastation, like an AoE devastation bow, like, right? And you play this one if you want Kodo Station with like default like radius, right? Great job, Auden, getting Blitz nerfed. It was only good for leveling. Copio. And you still have the canister bomb stuff, right? This item is, I think, like actually finally usable at least. Chaos Decor was 30%. Now it's 100%. This might be like a usable gun now for specific builds, honestly. I don't understand why it has like this in the first place. I mean, why not, I guess, but like it has Aether to Code on the gun and like Aether to Code on Star Pact exists on it, so it's kind of weird. Arcanum Sigillus increased percent weapon damage modifier for Penalty to 30%, added 8% lifesteal to Penalty. Wait. This weapon was pretty much always inferior to Penetti's wand, right? So this one getting buffed is nice. And it's getting insane leech, actually.
Ah, we speak at last.
I mean, this gun getting leech also means that you don't have to play the Habit anymore, right? On, for example, Aether, right? Like you can, yeah, you can totally play this gun on Aether now. Right? And you don't need the Helmet for Aether Penalties then. Lodlin, welcome, thanks for the follow. Wait, didn't Aether... Wait. I guess technically Aether already didn't need the helmet because you already get like weapon damage here. But it's only like a tiny bit, right? Basilisk Claw increased acid damage to blood reek to 24, added attack speed modifiers for it. Okay, makes sense. And it's like a buff to Witch Hunters, right? Beacons of the Winter's Veil, this is like the same weapon, just mythical, right? It has like more projectiles on the like swirly snowflakes now. It's pretty cool, pretty thematic as well. Bloodshed of Cthon reduces chaos damage modifier for Fallen Strike to 22. Because... why? Because Dark Blades Pyro probably like cleared Crucible in below 5 minutes. Bone Weave Girdle added stun rest. That's potentially huge, is it not? Bone Weave Girdle getting stun rest as well. And like this is a pretty nice defensive build, like Leech, Fizz Rest, stun rest now as well. I mean, Vitality casters don't necessarily need stun rest as badly, but maybe like Vitality Bone Harvest builds wanna play this as well now. The nerf Darius Pendant. That was expected though. Boots of Primordial Rage, increased HP and added elemental dot. Makes sense, yeah. Bramblevine, increased Chaos Rust, increased bonuses to Grasping Vines +4. Added 10% and 5% Leech to Drixivline and Grasping Vines. That's actually a huge buff to like Bramblevine Archon builds. Like huge leech on this now? Holy. That's pretty insane. Not gonna lie. There is no developer work in the sense of like adding content, no. That is true, but this is a balance patch and they have been balancing the game. This is out actually right now. You can play this right now. Chilled Red Mantle, increased more health and added code damage, sure. Chill Flame Evoker added more code damage. I mean, sure, this item was kind of bad anyway. Chilling Grip of Hagrad, increased damage to Chilling Grounds, sure. Chilling what? No, Codex of Eternal Storms, increased electric damage to the ground, let's go. That's fair, I think, because like, yeah, that's fair. Cross the Grass, produced physical damage and chance, I mean it's the same as for the non-mythical one, right? Just like nerfing the shield gloves, makes perfect sense. Consumption of Agravax, added Fizzerus. So the Retaliation, Cadaver's Tempest, Retaliation, Ignafar, offhand gets Fizzerus. I mean, that's nice. That is nice, that is nice. Replace bonus to soldier skills with +1 demo. +1 demo instead of +1 soldier. Making you play like Retaliation demo instead. Wait, didn't you play this build, Crab Turtle? Did you play soldier secondary or what did you play secondary? No nerfs to auto set? I mean, the set is not really that OP, so well, it wouldn't make sense to like nerf autos anyway. Cartosian Scrolls added more health, sure. What else was here though? Like increased bonus to Ignafar to +3, reduced bonus to Flame Touch to +2. Increased retaliation damage to attack to Tempest and Ignafar to 14. Their 5 modifiers to 95 and 90. Added life leech as well. Was a Paladin. Did you play... Wait, were all of these buffs already in the past patch as well? Like, did you already have like leech and 14% rata? Or did it get buffed again? Like, this seems like actually a good item though. Ignafar DPS is like easily 300k. Huh. I mean, that's pretty good. You did it before the buffs? I mean, Purifier might also not be that bad now, right? I mean, Purifier also, in general... It supports Retail a bit worse than Oathkeeper, I would say. But you're not using a shield anyway. And Temper has % retail damage. How much do you get from this one here? You get up to 185. 100 and 185, right? Soft cap, hard cap. And Demo's Temper has... I think it's the same values, right? Actually no, Temper... Okay, it's the same on soft cap, but Temper scale is better. To 210 even. The thing though is, you get flat retail from Ascension, right? And also % retail here in Ascension. That's what you played. Yeah, like Ascension makes a difference, right? You're even using the hammer to like reduce the cooldown of Ascension. Whereas Demo has no retail, right? Like flat retail. Actually, I mean it has Vindictive Flame, right? Vindictive Flame has flat retail, but it's like only on the skill itself, right? Or does it like add passive like fire retail as well? All the time. Wait, is the fire retaliation part of Vindictive Flame like... That's actually permanent, right? Shit, dude, I don't know how this works. You don't care, Paladin is the better anyway. Is it though? I mean, probably. You get Heart of Wrath, and here you get Ulzun's Wrath, which doesn't even hit things that are close to you, right? You also get Fizz Retail here. Would you convert, question mark? No? I mean, yeah, Paladin is probably like still better. But Purifier is not gonna be bad either, I think. Alright, Crossover to Fortitude, increased retail to Blitz to 50%. Crimson Claws, but this is like cold Blitz, right? Cold Blitz retail. Crimson Claws, increased bleed damage to Fair Hunger to 130. Sure. Let's just bleed anyway. Crimson Spike, replace bonuses to Dread with +1 Necromancer. Wait, what? Crimson Spike? Shit, wrong. Wrong Grim Tools here. Crimson Spike. That's pretty nice, is it not? Like for Vitality Reapers. Vitality... Yeah, Reapers basically, right? Or maybe even like Ritualists? Dual wielding Ritualists? Or dual wielding Kabbalists? Crown of the Revenant King, increased health, reduced vitality damage though, and reduced vitality damage modifier to RF and Smite. Okay. I mean, it's overall a nerf. Updated modifier on Mirror of Eroctes though. Revenant King. It has flat vitality damage and elemental damage converted to vitality to mirror globally, 100%. How do you play this? Vitality Spellbinder? I mean, there is Vitality Spellbinder in the form of like Devastation Spellbinder, right? Oh, it's Mirror, not Mavens. I thought it's Mavens. It's fucking Mirror, right? What? I thought it's Mavens for a second. Like, then it would maybe like make sense, but it's Mirror. What? Nani? It's like global conversion while you have Mirror up. Like you have vitality damage for 3 seconds. You just made an item with past 3 chilling rounds and they made a default to base skill. I mean, if you made that item the last like 4 months or 5 months, then I would blame you for not reading the past like the patch notes, like the beta patch notes, where it's been live. I mean, where it has been on for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. But I feel you. I was about to make one as well for the next season, and then I read the patch notes and was like, oh yeah, never mind, scrap it. But I mean, I scrapped my idea like 3 months ago. So... I mean, time to also remake your item for sure. Crown of the Winter King just added cold damage. I mean, okay. That's nice. Crestatum increased Chthonian damage to Ascension to 18%. Okay. It's like an even better Grava killer now. Damnation increased with damage to RF to 48. What is Damnation even? Damnation. Oh, this one. Damnation to RF. Vitality RF. Wait, don't you play another item for RF than this? And why does it not convert physical to vitality to RF? I'm confused. Huh? Where is Righteous Fervor? And now we search for vitality. I converted to... I mean, oh yeah, you played this item, right? This one is a bit, add fist a bit, sure. So they buffed Revenant Helmet. Revenant King Helmet, right? I mean, they nerfed the helmet and buffed the weapon. Okay, because I guess people were like playing this and not this for some reason. Like they were playing it with a two-hander, I guess. But yeah, but like two-hand RF was like not OP, right? It's like what? Anyway, Dawnshard Gaze increased fire retail to 660. Hallberg retail increased to 660. Dawnshard Hallberg fire retail increased to 660. Dawnshard Grip increased duration modifier to kinetic burst to 120. I mean, this is quality of life, and these are fire retaliation buffs, obviously. Which, and fire retail was pretty bad, so yeah, that's pretty nice to have them buffed. Death Omen increased fire vitality damage to execution to 240. That's like the hammer, right? Death's Omen. No, Death Omen. It's like a Vitality Reaper item. Just like Crimson Spike, to be honest. Kinda similar to Crimson Spike now in a way. Deathbound Amethyst increased cold damage modifier for Bonehouse at 220. Deathbound Amethyst. Do people play this? I mean, they might now. I don't think like people play this for Bone Harvest like ever, pretty much. But maybe now. I think usually like people play like +1 all skills to one of the masteries and like flat cold damage instead of this item, right? It might be maybe good for like caster, like one-handed Bone Harvest, not sure though. But the one-handed Bone Harvest is kind of like a meme in a way. Anyway, not on all builds, but like on most builds, especially like on cold when you have like the conversion node and like more damage node for two-handers, right, for cold. Yeah, Deathbound Amethyst, Death Leader Sidearm. I mean, we already talked about this weapon pool skill, right? It's getting more consistent. Not sure if it's like a buff or a nerf, it's just like more consistent damage. Divine Steel Hallberg. Also talked about this one already, like non-mythical one, right? Doombringer. Reduced weapon modifier for Featherhunger and Smite. Doombringer. That's like the amulet, right? Reduced weapon damage, okay. Maybe like physical smite was like OP with this or something. Dread skill, Dread Chill Mark increased A, or this is whatever. Dread Fire added +2 Ignifire. Do they want people to like play Dread Fire over the Flame Strife? That's why they nerfed the Flame Strife and buffed this one. I mean, the proc is pretty nice, right? The Red Scorcher increased OA, increased conversion, increased weapon damage modifier for Fire Strike. Maybe this is finally good now. 8th of Fire Strike, like Definer. Might be okay now. The Red Weaver increased Wit to Cold to Bone House to 100%, reduced Pierce to Cold to 50%. Yeah, this makes total sense. I think like people were commenting on this, like why is it like it was before and not the other way around. They switch it now, makes sense. The Red Knight Scar, just like more HP. That's like a shoulder piece, right? Yeah, this one more HP. I mean, whatever. Earth Splitter replaced bonuses to Vigor with +2 Aura of Conviction. Okay. Added modifiers for Force Wave and Shattering Smash. What are those modifiers?
Safe storage, no questions.
+1 second skill recharge to Force Wave, so you will get more cooldown. +4 meter range, that's pretty long, holy moly. Total damage modified by 60%. Wait, what? Ah, that's pretty competitive to Targo now. Holy. I mean, Targo doesn't support Force Wave at all, but you could still play Targo with Force Wave with the like Force Wave Shield, right? Not Octavius, the other one. Oh my god, where is it? Grey Knight, right? I mean, okay, it's not as OP as Grey Knight, right? Grey Knight has the total damage modified by 120%. So what you can do is you either can play like full Internal Trauma Force Wave and like play Grey Knight and the newly buffed weapon, right? What's it called? Earth Splitter. You can either play those two together for like Giga Internal Trauma Force Wave, or you play Earth Splitter with Octavius, or you play this with Targo, right? And when it comes to Octavius, right, this one is competing with Pummeler, right? The Pummeler has... Okay, so Pummeler basically like gives you cooldown, makes it easier to spam. For some reason as Internal Trauma though anyway. Also it's like Retaliation Force Wave? Wait, what? I didn't know they made this like a retaliation item as well. Current tools of the Poison build? Yeah, I mean it's on YouTube somewhere as well. Like just Acid Witch Hunter, Baligor Witch Hunter. I feel like Earth Splitter is better for Octavius than Pummeler now. Like 60% is just pretty good, is it not? Spam requires a two-hander. Like the modifier requires a two-hander. It adds more cooldown, yeah, it does. Okay, I mean, it's still like a trade-off, right? So you have either okay, so the thing would add another second, so you would be at and you would be at 2.8 because Octavius like removes a second, the item adds a second, 2.8, and the pummeler reduces it by 0.5, right? So you would be at, I mean, okay, so it's 2.8, and the other one would be 1.3. So for the flat damage, that's a DPS loss to play Earth Splitter, right? Hooray for fighting customer service for 2 hours to get information in your $200 order. Holy fuck. I mean, I hope you were successful at least. Okay, so I mean, the pummeler is basically 115% total damage modified when it comes to the flat damage list, right? On Octavius. Whereas Earth Splitter is 60% for the flat, which is obviously worse, but it's also 60% more for the dot. Whereas pummeler gives you 0 increase to dot. Right? So assuming the skill is like equally split between non-dot and dot, Earth Splitter would have like 5% more damage. But is it equally split between dot and non-dot if you play Octavius? It's more like spam, right? Like it's more like the flat is better. I don't know. Does anybody have like a Octavius build out there? That's 270 and 4500. And you would also like have this one maxed out, right? And does the dot 1500 over 3. I mean, the flat is just better, right? Yeah, you would probably just like play pummeler still on Octavius. But you could play a Earth Splitter plus Granite non-set dot force wave build. Right, you could actually do that, I think. That'll be interesting. Maybe. They can mark something as already delivered, so it sounds it was already delivered, but it's still with the carrier. What? How do you sustain? You just play Dryad. Edge of Sanity, increase Aether damage to Markham's advantage and Reaping Strike to 180. You play Dryad and you run around in circles. That's how you like not die on dot, right? You run around in circles and play Dryad. Appearance Mercy increases bonus to Cadence to +3. I mean, that's the same item we like looked at, right? Wait, Edge of Sanity is like the Aether Cadence item, right? Like the Aether Cadence item that you play when you don't have Mind Warps. Or like with the dual wield with Mind Warps, maybe? At least on Death Knight. I think it's like an okay item. I don't know, I've never played it. Evoker of Elgoloth, reduced lightning damage, removed crit, reduced weapon damage to surgery, reduced projectile pass through to storm spread to 50%. Nerfs, 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 nerfs. Apparently, like, storm spread, surgery, vindicator, like, did Crucible in like 3 minutes or something. Fiend Gaze Tome, increased chaos damage modifier for Reap Spirit. Okay. Fiend Scale Jacket, added +3 Blood Boil. Okay. Fiend's Resolve, added +2 Radius, plus 0.2 radius modifier for Ravenous Earth. Wait, that's like on the explosion of the projectile? Legit DPS on Ignafar, 363k DPS. Yeah, that seems pretty good, holy shit. Oh yeah, this is Chaos Ari, right? Yeah, it's mid to Chaos Ari. Huh, interesting. Alright, Chaos Ari getting buffed. Why not, right? It wasn't like OP as far as I know. Final Stop looks pretty cool, I think, as well. Chaos Ari looks pretty cool. Final Stop, increased armor to blah blah blah. Increased retaliation damage to smite. Just like another like retaliation warlord item, I guess. Is it good or not? I have no idea. Has like another retaliation skill here as well to use. Gaze of Empyrean added 8% fire retaliation damage. Oh hey, your build is getting buffed twice, right? Gaze of Emp. Yeah, you were playing this on retail, right? Has like 80% like fire retaliation damage now as well. Pog. Gildam Arcanum Commendation. Increased A, reduced elemental damage modifier for Ignafar to 30. It's funny how they're like nerfing Ignafar on some items for some reason. But like buffing fire retail so hard. Where did I go? What am I doing? Where am I? Here, right. Grave Touch increased health to 2,200. Grave Touch. That's the shield, right? The shield that nobody plays. Hello? Please stop lagging. I mean, okay, you get 2,200 health. You get no Fizz. You get full conversion on Drain Essence now, though, at least. And that might be cool, though. How do you play Cold Renaissance right now? You don't play it, right? I mean, you play Chivas with that, right? Chivas targeting feels bad on Renaissance. I mean, the range also kind of like doesn't feel that good, right? Chill Whisperer. People play Chill Whisperer. Chill Whisperer doesn't have any conversion, right? To Twin Essence. Has Aether to Cold and like Vit to Cold. So you gain the conversion from like the shield, for example. The skill itself has like Aether to Cold, right? Yeah. So you play Chill Whisper with 0 Fizz. You play this shield with 0 Fizz. But you have 2,200 HP. I don't know, man. I mean, it's probably better now than to play like... What did people play before? They play like the Blade Spirit offhand, right? And if you can still get to 24 points in Blade Spirits without the Blade Spirit offhand, then it might be good to play the shield now. So what does this one do? This one gives you leech on spirits there. I don't know, man. It's also +2 here, and this +2 here might mean a difference between like 24 and 26 points. I mean, you can also do a weird, right? You can do a weird with the green item, right? You can do it with the green Renaissance item. Knight's Herald? Is that what you play? Knight Herald? Or a Sign of Bitter Winds? No, you don't play those, right? This converts Vit to Acid. How do you get Vit to code on the build? You just play the belt, right? The belt is 50%. And then what else? The set helmet I think has like another 30, right? Yeah. So helmet 30, belt 50, and the rest? Also it has to compete with this shield as well, right? Like this shield you could also use. I'm sure it has like less damage on Renaissance, but you get visitors here, right? This itemization is so awkward. Also, do you play Vigor's Hunger or do you play Deathbound Amethyst? This is more cold damage, right? Why does this item also have cold damage? I don't get it. It's confusing to be honest. Alright, let's go for the next item. Now Guillotine, right? This is actually a very nice buff, right? Added 1 second cooldown reduction to Blade Arc, which already will have its cooldown reduced quite a lot on the cooldown version. And also added 12% casting speed to like cast something like Devouring Swarm quicker. Really, really nice. Guthook Belt, replace crit damage with attack speed and crit and casting speed. Already talked about the non-mythical one, right? Gut Ripper. Increased weapon damage modifier for grasping once at 20%. It might be nice as well, actually. On the other hand, does that matter? It doesn't matter, right? Like, how does that matter? It really doesn't matter, right? Unless you play like Pierce Grasping Vines? Like for Bleed it doesn't matter at all. For Bleed it's whatever. Your internet dies the second it rains. What the fuck? Halanx's head reduced vitality damage at Reeks around to 70. This was like a Pandora paper build, I think. Heart of the Mountain reduced Vitrinus, added Bleedrus. We already talked about this. Heart of Ugol added +3 Devouring Blades. More Blade Trap support. Seems nice. Mythical Hellborn, increased burn damage modifier per bursting round, increased rata for Granado and RF again. I mean, that's nice. That's the one that used to be like okay to play, then garbage, and now maybe good again. I mean, along with like with all the other fire retaliation buffs, it might be good now actually. Herald of Amatok, increased core damage to Blitz. I mean, yes, please. This is otherwise garbage, right? Icecorn Talons reduced code damage to RF to 18. Okay. But they buffed the code damage to RF on the Condit, right? So, Inash Cross Corrupted Hand, increased physical damage modifier to Doombolt to 650. And increased internal trauma damage. This is the physical Doombolt item. Infernal Brimstone, increased burn damage to Vindictive Flame. Is that all this item needs? This item needs more than that, right? Exor's Rage Flame, reduced fire damage to Ignafire to 22. They're like actually nerfing Ignafire builds, man. Like, what the fuck? Are they nerfing it because of Mage Slayer existing? I don't get it. It's like they're nerfing it because of like Perma-Freeze Mage Slayer being great in Softcore Crucible or something. I don't know, I feel like it just... I mean, Ignafire feels better than Drain Essence, that's for sure. Judgment of Empyrean, reduced CDR to Judgment to -1. Right. They're nerfing this again. From -1.2 to -1. Feels bad, man. Corvex Brand, Pass Through, yep. Physical Promise Strike, yep. Also added cooldown reduction for like the cooldown version. Increased physical damage on Inquisitor's Seal. I mean, that's like whatever, nobody cares. But yeah, I mean, it's getting a buff, right? Especially for Warder with like +2 Soldier. Pretty nice. Mark of Anathema, increased Aether damage to Siphon Souls. Oh, this is a good skill now, so nice. Connoisseurs Desires, increased cold damage modifier to Ring of Steel. I mean, whatever. Or do you play this with like Korba? Calamicious. Do you play this one with Korba? Maybe you do, right? Like Cold Ring of Steel Korba spam? Might be really strong for that then. Mark of Calastor, increased first damage to physical runes Calastor. And it's like a buff to Octavius, right? If you play Octavius. Calastor Octavius. Mask of Infernal Truth, increased fire retard and increased fire retard to canister bomb. Which also is a buff to my acid retaliation canister bomb Granado Shieldbreaker meme build that I made, right? Pretty nice. Maw of the Damned, increased physical rest to 16. Increased bleed damage on the granted skill, added modifiers for Pox and Siphon Souls. Maw of the Damned. Okay, this might actually be an interesting item now. It's only flat bleed to box. I mean, this together with the Bone Blade might be like an okay bleeding Cabanas build now. 18% more reach to Siphon Souls. It's like a Vitality Bleed hybrid caster Cabanas shield. You made Dark One Pox with that item? Yeah, then you play Dark One, right? Yeah, it's like a Dark One Cabanas item. I mean, why not, right? It might actually work. Certainly an interesting change, I like it. Because like this item was kind of a meme before, so it getting This kind of buff is pretty nice for sure. Meat Shield, increased health, witness, added modifiers from McDrogan's Pact. Okay, Meat Shield used to be like a item that you use in your secondary like weapon slot, and that you like weapon switch to when you're like in a very dire situation. At least in vanilla, like people use it like that. Now it's just like a meme item, but it has physical to vitality and more vitality damage and shield recovery on McDrogan's Pact now. The global conversion, the global physical to vitality conversion McDrogan's Pact might be actually interesting. Like this enables stuff like vitality blade arc, vitality force wave, vitality cadence, right? All that stuff. Competes with Valgur for Kabbalas, scrap it. I mean, yeah, if you play, I mean, for Dark One though, right? This is good for Dark One. Like, this might be, in general, very nice and very build enabling actually for all kinds of vitality Archons and vitality Warders, right? Right, you can also play Vitality RF, you can play Vitality Judgment. Vitality Ages of Men here even. This is a very interesting shield now, not gonna lie. This is actually interesting. +3 Vigor. Vindicator? What had the Vindicator? That's certainly an interesting item. Very interesting. Nidala's leg wraps, more HP. I mean, sure. More HP to not play it, why not? Alexa's Gel, increased crit damage, added +3 star pact, increases bonuses to ABB to +3, added 10 RR to OFF. That's like pretty whatever, right? The OFF part. Increased code damage to ABB to 122, added modifiers for star pact. Alex. Let's chill.
Safe storage, no questions.
4% physical resistance to Star Pact, Frostburn damage to Star Pact. I mean, you can dual wield this, right? You can dual wield this on a Spellbreaker to get like a shit ton of visitors actually, holy. Like if you look at dual blades, right, you're gonna get like, I don't know, like probably a 14 at least. Right? Like 14 here and then 8 from the weapons. It's like 22% visitors. Just from like the weapons. It's pretty good. But I mean, damage wise, they don't really like offer you anything. Like the AB stuff, I mean whatever, right? It's not a Malkadar's blade, it's not a Spectral Battle Axe, it's not a Death Marked set. It's not even a Chill Strife. Like damage wise, that's like pretty garbage. How's the new patch? Long? Yeah. Radagon Vitality Vindicator. But which skill do you play on Radagon Vitality Vindicator? For which you need the physical to vitality conversion? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I can't think of a skill where you need that then. Pagar's Betrayal, increased fire retail, blah 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 blah. It's like another buff to fire retaliation Ignifier builds, right? Like Purifier and Paladin. Peter's Eye of Bernath. Wait, this one is getting touched. Oh, okay. This one used to be like a go-to +1 all skills item in the past, which was like very nice for offense. Then they nerfed it at some point, and now they're buffing it, adding 20% Aether and Chaos Resistance. Increased OA reduction on the granted skill and increased its duration. And also increased base OA. Holy. What? Do we have like a new Kaizen Eye here? So this would have an additional like 20% Aether and Chaos Rust now. More OA. More OA reduction here, so like basically like effective DA as well. I mean, okay, this item gives you like 100 OA, 100 DA because of this. Higher duration here, so you have to like not use it as often. Just quality of life. It already had like 100% uptime. Light radius, I mean whatever, and Aether and Chaos Rust as well. Incorruptible Kaizen's Eye of Attack. Okay, if you compare that to an Incorruptible Kaizen's Eye of Attack. The thing is, Kaizen's either gives you damage on top and health, or like stun, freeze, petrify, rest, right? But if you look at Incorruptible, right? Incorruptible. Okay, this one has Poison, Aether, Chaos Rust. Bernath has Elemental instead of a Poison Rest, right? And then you have to actually like, compare it to of Readiness, right? Incorruptible of Readiness. Bernath gives you 110 OA and also like 100 DA if you use a skill. This one just gives you like 50 DA or 60 DA for free without using a skill. So yeah, I mean the bad thing about Bernath is like you still have to press the skill, right? I guess you don't have to press it though. But if you press it, you get like another like 100 DA, right? I mean OA rather. Yeah, DA, yeah. And Bernath has crit damage on top. Yeah, I mean Bernath is basically like pretty good now for sure.
Patch notes Pog. Took them long enough carrot.
Yo, carrot. Thank you so much for the $52, holy moly. Suck of life, how you doing, man? Welcome on. Scale good for devotions, maybe? Oh yeah, maybe. Ah no, what's it called? Bernath. Patch notes are pretty pog, not gonna lie. Pretty nice, pretty interesting. Yeah, you can proc like non-crit devotions. And it's like a curse of reality, right? You're melting? Yeah, same man, same. Oh wait, no, the cam is wrong. There you go. I'm melting as well in my room, like holy fuck. 42 degrees. Not quite. But yeah, this buff is insane. Bernath is really good now. Also, Pummeler gets even more retail to Force Wave, interesting. Pyroclasm Mark, same as the Korvax brand, right? Gets projectile posture and the granite skill, pretty nice. Quill Throw of Dreeg, reduce cooldown and increase summon limit on the skill proc. That's all they're gonna do with this garbage item, really? This item is so bad, right? Like, what the fuck? When do you ever play this item? I mean, the only reason why you would play it maybe is because of the skill being really nice, which it's like not And what are they doing with it? They're like reducing the cooldown on the summon node on the skip rock. Okay, I mean to how much though? It's current, like it was 3-second recharge and 4 summon limit right in the past. Quill thrower. I might be experiencing issues, what do you mean? No, it's fine. And now it's 2-second recharge and 5 summon limit. I mean, it's not enough to make it good, right? Not enough to make it good, right? Mythical Racket Jacks, increase weapon damage to Promise Strike, Electrocute, nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Another buff to my beloved Electrocute Promise Strike build. Reaper's Claw, increase pierce damage to our Reckoning. Fire to pierce our Reckoning as well. Wait, Reaper's Claw is good for pierce our Reckoning? Always has been, I guess. Interesting. That's a huge pierce our Reckoning buff, to be honest. Pretty huge buff. Getting the full conversion on fire as well. Rot Drinker's Crust, increased health and pierce rust at 26. Sure, Sun Reaper Bracers, increased bleed damage to our Reckoning. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's good for pierce. I mean, for bleed our Reckoning, of course. Sash of the Immortal Sedge. Added retaliation damage now. Immortal Sage. Let's see here. Percent fire retail, or like percent all retail rather. That is nice, right? Is Bleed Our Reckoning good? You would say no. I mean, it's like... mechanically it's garbage. But they buffed it so much that I think it's actually not that bad. Sign of Bitter Winds, increased cooldown to Renaissance to 55. Sign of Burning Vengeance, added 360 health, increased retail to Aegis to and Granado. This is the Lightning Granado / Aegis build, right? That you play with Burning Vengeance? Or is it not? Burning Vengeance. It's fire damage, but it has like Fist to Lightning and Fire to Lightning, right? It's like a fire gun. I mean, it's lightning, it's not fire. I don't know, it's like fire damage here, but it's like actually lightning and not fire. And you play this on like the Lightning Retaliation Shebreaker, I guess. Never played it. I don't know how good it is, really. Sign of Crimson Wakes. Increased health, increased bonus to our Reckoning, Presence of Virtue. This is the one-handed bleeding our Reckoning item, right? I mean, again, here they're like buffing it left and right. So it's pretty good now. You only see buffs, is it the buff section? I mean, they're buffing like most of the bad stuff, yeah. Shadow Flame Mantle, added pass-through on the weapon pool skill, reduce weapon damage or not. Fair enough. This is for two-handers only anyway, right? Sign of Noxious Wounds, increased retaliation to Aegis and Necrotic Edge. Wait, retaliation, Necrotic Edge? What the fuck? How do you even play that? Retaliation, Necrotic Edge. Yo, we got quick one. I mean, physical damage got nerfed across the board, right? By like giving enemies more physical resistance. And the Blitz specific is also getting like nerfed a bit on top. Acid Retail Oppressor, yeah, probably right. It's weird there. Shadow Flame Mantle, we already read that. Siegebreaker, increased health and OA. Sure. Silver Bolt, increased pierce damage to 61. Wait, 61? It's like 40 right now. Huh? I thought this weapon was fine. Why does it need a buff? Skull of Gulamash. Let's check out the Siphon Souls modifiers here.
Safe storage, no question.
So just laterality damage. I mean, no, laterality decay. That's like whatever. I mean, Siphon Soul is gonna be a good skill either way. This one, like, adding Vitality Decay is like... I mean... I guess okay for Dark One builds as well. Yo, Stan Workman. Scab Breach Bulwark. Increased Phys Rest to 16, increased retaliation damage to attacked Ages of Men here. That's like a very nice buff to those like Retaliation, Archon... like Lightning Retaliation, Archon, Men here builds, I guess. Soul Bearer, or like, I guess also you can play Paladin, right? Or maybe even Warlord. Lightning Warlord though? Question mark. Soul Bearer, increased weapon damage to Bone Harvest. That's the one-hander, right? Soul Bearer. Which you can play, for example, with Blood Knight set if you want to like play a shield. And not a two-hander, right? Okay. Soul Blade, increased fire damage to RF. Okay, fire RF buff. Soul Catcher, whoops. What the fuck? Scuffed. Added 1 second duration to Ravenous Earth. That's insane. That's absolutely insane, right? 1 entire second. What? Why did they make it like an entire second? That's literally like 25% total damage modifier, right? Chaos? Wait, where the fuck is the item? Now, Soul Catcher is not only Chaos, it's also Vitality. I mean, yes, you convert Acid to Chaos, which, spoiler alert, does on its own literally nothing, because Ravenous Earth by default has only poison damage, and poison damage cannot be converted to Chaos because poison's a dot and Chaos doesn't have dots. This is only there for the gloves, right? For Viper Fang gloves. It's like there so that you cannot use Viper Fang gloves for Vitality. And it's there so that you can use Viper Fang gloves on Chaos RE, right? Like this only exists, like the conversion exists because of Viper Fang grips. But yeah, I mean, you can still play Soul Catcher Vitality just without Viper Fang grips, because yeah, +1 second duration to RE means total damage modified by 25% basically, which is insane. Soul Lance, increased health to 1000 and wit to, elemental to wit to 50%. Soul Lance, alright, this item. Wait, didn't you literally post like a build with this like a second before the patch went live, Crab Turtle? This item, right? And you said, is it just me or is it pretty bad sheet damage for 200 build? But you're getting elemental to wit now, which you need for nothing, Pog? For Soul Harvest. That's good for Soul Harvest, right? It's good for Soul Harvest, it's good for the burn damage on this. It's good for the... no, whatever. It's good for the fire damage on the smite? No. I mean, it being good for Soul Harvest is kind of like a big deal already anyway, though. Also, it having elemental to it means you can use different shoulders, right? You can totally play like attack speed shoulders, for example. I guess you don't need them. Question mark? Stream? No, just the music that's bugging out. You can play Aether to Witch Shoulders now, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You can play the Red Knight Shoulders, right? The fire damage on Seal of the Void as well. Temporal Arcblade still doesn't have attack speed. Hey, what's it called? Red Knight, I can like this. Yeah, you can play these now, right? They have less flat width though. But you would get health, which you don't need. You would lose away, which you probably do need. Acumen, it's not too bad. You get 3 RR in Spectral Wrath, but you lose +3 Reaping Strike. And you gain attack speed, which you don't need. I mean, unless you are getting slowed. You don't need this either. You have already like you were already maxed here, right? I mean, you could like not use Grab of Thrills then. I mean, there's some things you can do here. Grab of Thrills is still good for Celestial Presence though, right? Anyway, this is a pretty cool change though, I think. To give this like elemental to it. Spark of Reality, reduce chaos damage to Arcane Veil and Mirror. Spark of Reality was too OP. Interesting. Spark of Ultos, reduce Electrocute on the grounded skull. Spark of Ultos was pretty oppressive, to be honest. Like, it was pretty damn good compared to all other options, right? So this getting reduced, like this getting nerfed is fine to me. Even if like the builds using this weren't like OP, the item itself was like very oppressive, right? Razin, Binder, and Warlock nerfs. Yeah, true. Like Razin, Binder, and Warlock were using this item, right? It's pretty interesting. Speaker for the Dead. Increased casting speed. What is that? For the Dead. Okay. I mean, whatever, right? Spell Drinker increased DA by 40. That's pretty whatever as well, I'm pretty sure. Spell Drinker, yeah, like 20 more A or 15 more DA, I mean, congrats. Spell Gaze, increased health, increased elemental damage to renewal to 30. So like more flat at more renewal. I mean, more health is nice for Panetti casters for sure. And that is like nice, I mean not for Panetti necessarily. I mean, you get some value here as well. It's more impactful for like non-Panetti builds, but then again, like, would you play this on any non-Panetti build? Probably not, right? Starfury Emerald, increased bonus to Storm Surge to +4. Added cooldown reduction to Promise Strike, that's pretty interesting though. Starfury Emerald has 0.5 recharge to Promise Strike now. This means you cannot play with Ultos. Huh. How much CDR does Ultos have in like overall? None here. It has CDR on the helmet. Does the weapon has CDR, right? No. The Storm Halberd has it, right? So you play Storm Halberd. You play Starfury Emerald. And what else? Interesting. That could be an interesting build, not gonna lie. Storm Reaver, increased attack speed, nice. Like above 2 lightning cadence, lightning savagery, right? Yeah, very nice. Temporal arc blade added +4 hour reckoning. It's just +4, right? It has attack speed. Not the highest, but it has attack speed. The problem is, right, it has not the best attack speed, and it has no skill modifiers whatsoever to our reckoning, and it has to like compete with what's it called? It's like a one-handed dagger, right? Which you can just dual wield. It has to compete with Dreadfire, which has way more attack speed, has RR in the proc. Dual wield one-handed Promise Strike with Storm Realms. Could also do that, yeah. So I don't know, I mean, yeah, this is a buff, but it's like, it's still bad, right? I think. This item is good. I'm really like playing it on a Elementalist. This item is really nice now. Tone of Atonement, increased fire damage to Rune of Corastor. Tome of Atonement. That's the one for like fire. Drinks of the Eyes, well, right? They're like buffing Rune of Corastor left and right though, I don't understand. Weren't they like nerfing Rune of Corastor like 2 patches ago because of like some interactions being too OP and now they're like buffing it again? I don't get it. Touch of Purity, just getting like, yeah, quality of life to Word of Renewal, pretty nice. Turian's Reprisal, this is the Retaliation Cocktail Shield. Increased health, increased Chaos Rush, that's like whatever. But more importantly, increased retaliation damage to attack to Cocktail. And you use like spam Cocktail with this, right? This patch is live. Has gone live like 2 hours ago, or actually 3 hours ago on Steam at least. It will go live on the other thing, what's it called? Not Steam, but GOG, maybe later. Mythical Torment, Odin's Torment gets more fire damage, for sure. People weren't using this that often because of the other like Podvebery belt, so that's nice. Undying Oath, increased damage to Blood Reek to 24. Untouchable, added modifiers to Word of Renewal. Untouchable. It's like good for tacticians now, I guess. -4-second recharge. Okay, I mean this is really nice for tacticians, right? You have +1 Inquisitor, you have 4% away in the A to Overguard, you have recharge to Word Renewal, you have 30% damage blocked and 15% block chance to Word Renewal as well. This is pretty nice, isn't it? And Physrest is a little low, but other than that. You could try like a full block character with this, right? Full block tactician. It has CDR as well, true, yeah. It has like insane DA, so you could just like cunning dump. They're buffing non-shield Corastor? Yeah, basically, right? Mythical Venom Lash. Replace bonuses to Blood Reek with +1 Ocultist. Venom Lash, which one is that? Oh, this one, yeah, true. Like the one that you always get from the first, like... This is like the item that I felt like you always got from Creed after defeating Logorian on normal, at least in vanilla. Like I always got Venom Lash, like literally every single time. But you get +1 Ocultist here now on the Mythical Wand list. It's pretty strong. Increased poison damage modifiers for Belgo Shields, RF, blah blah. Increased acid damage modifier for RF. It's like buffs across the board to like Acid, Nightblade, Dervish, Witch Hunter. I mean, I don't mind it. Sure, why not? Vestments of Severed Faith increased Pierce Rust to 40. It's like the Chaos chest, right? Yeah. The Chaos Fire chest. Gets more Pierce Rust for free. I don't think it needs it, but I mean, I guess. Vestments of the Great Guardian, increased health. I mean, it's like the same, whatever, right? Vigorous Hunger, added +3 Siphon Souls, added modifiers for Siphon Souls. Alright, Vigorous Hunger. Vigorous Hunger.
Got something you need stashed?
Added +3 duration. That's like whatever now that it already has like 100% uptime though. And just like adds more leech. Wait, what? This is so bad. Like this does nothing. Literally useless, I think. Or like almost useless. Wild Blood Mantle, increased health, I mean whatever. Wild Red Talons, increased chaos damage for Bergo Shears, reduced weapon damage to cadence. Wait, they're nerfing chaos cadence? Monka. Feels bad, man. Void Steel Gauntlets, reduced chaos RF and smite as well. Feels bad, man. Vortex of Souls, removed projectile pass-through, damage adjusted accordingly, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I mean, we already knew that was destroyed. Like, so Vortex of Souls has projectile pass-through removed. It gets 50% pass-through on Promise Strike, right? So as long as you're playing Promise Strike, you still can have pass-through with this weapon. It has Lightning to Aether conversion now, though, so you cannot really, like... And you can still play Lightning, though. You will... I mean, the item itself has, like, base Aether damage, right? You can still use Global Aether to Lightning conversion to convert the base Aether damage of this, and, like, any other, like, added Aether damage from this back to Lightning. But all the lightning damage that you have on Promise Strike itself, or like that you add from other skills, are only gonna have like 50% effectiveness, right? So, I mean, the ones or like the versions, like the damage types for which this is the best right now is gonna be Aether Promise Strike and Vitality Promise Strike, right? And you can also play it for Lightning, but it's not as like good for Lightning. On the other hand, like by default, Lightning is better than Aether and Vitality, so I'm not really like sure which one is like the best damage type for this weapon now. But all three might be decent now, like Vitality, Aether, and Lightning. Anyway, Watcher of Erudon, increased health, increased all damage on a grounded skill, reduced weapon damage on smite. I mean, that seems fair, I guess. Whisperer of Secrets, increased health, I mean, whatever. Will of the Living, added vitality damage and modifiers for Maven's Sphere of Protection. Will of the Living. Will of the Living. That shield. It's like the shield that I see people use a lot on Aether Death Knight, or like Aether, like Krieg Death Knight, or like Krieg Battle Mage, right? I mean, it's like... It's pretty much always worse than the green Emai shield that you can just vendor farm though, because... It has 0 Fizz right? 0 Fizz. And no attack speed. And now it got shield block on Maven's Sphere. I mean, who the fuck cares, right? Like, it's just bad. It's just not good. Ah shit, what am I doing? It's the wrong tab. Wraithborn leg wraps. Wraithborn leg wraps, increased health, whatever. I mean, it's not bad, but like, whatever. Wrath of Tenebrous, reduce weapon damage on Hour Reckoning to 18%. Wait, they're nerfing Chaos Hour Reckoning? What? Why? No. Not my build. From 20 to 18? I mean, developers got to level 12 and quit. It's still probably fine. Like 2% weapon damage less is like not that bad. But why even touch it? I don't know. Wormbone Mask, increased CDR to Force Wave to 0.6. Are we gonna play like cooldown Force Wave and cooldown Promise Strike like Water or something like that? That might be wicked, right? Zonhan's Revenge, increased Rata to Technique T22 and added -2 recharge 2 men here as well. Whatever, right? It's like another shield you can play for Zonhan's Technique. But doesn't Zonhan's Revenge have like no Fizz as well? It's a shield for retaliation, which means you want a face tank, but it literally has 0% physical resistance. So yeah, I mean, no, you're not gonna play it. Night Shard, increased health 2200, holy moly. I don't think this is like even needed. I mean, the item is fine as it is, but okay. Oculus Visage, Mythical, increased retaliation damage to attack to Sigil of Consumption to 10%. Hey, that's nice. That's even a buff to my Acid Retaliation Witch Blade as well, right? That I made. Some time ago though, but it's getting buffed here. Nice. Thanks for the follow, Workman. Mr. or Mrs. Lod Leon 87. Wait, no, Toxicity Rose is here. Why was my feed like not updated?
We speak at
and
last.
Aaron Jesus is here as well. Welcome. What do we have here? Don't think you followed me before. I don't remember you following me either before. So yeah, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Let's move on to Phase Breaker. This is another ranged weapon that lost its projectile pass-through. It's gonna get more damage because of that. Increased physical to elemental to 45. Added 120 elemental to chilling rounds. Added modifiers for Zolan's Technique. So it's basically like an elemental tactician gun, right? I feel like compared to some of the other like items that had passed through before and got compensated, this one is kind of bad. Like, why does it even have like +1 Arcanus and Occultist? Like, what for? I don't get it. I don't get this entire item, dude. It's just Tactician, and like the modifiers that they added, they could have like added other modifiers that are like more interesting, you know? Instead of like just adding elemental damage to chilling rounds, they could have added like modifiers to some Occultist or like some Arcana skill.
Ah, we speak at last.
Deceiver seems decent. I mean, you would need like full Chaos to Elemental or something. Or like full Wit to Elemental on top to like make this worth it, I think. Because like, you need to outperform Elemental Cadence, right? And Elemental Cadence, first of all, has pass-through, has like conversion built into the skill, and you don't even need it in the skill because you already have like full fist to elemental anyway with 2 of these, right? You get Zolan's Technique on top. Like what? Yo, Gribby, Workman. After endgame, there's nothing else to do. Wait. Isn't endgame always like the end of the game? I don't quite understand that question, to be honest. Oculus has vulnerability and 15 RR conduit. That's true. And you play like what? Bare enough then, right? Okay, okay, but like, what about Arcanist? Like, Arcanist is just dog shit, right? With this, I don't know. Burnout and Korakam, yeah. Arcanist is full meme, yeah. Anyway, Pyroclasm Mark, we already read the mythical one, already read the mythical one, right? Soulrend. Increased Frostburn damage in away to 116. Oh, that's nice. That's a bit. It's not enough, I think, but it's nice. Sure, why not? I'll take it. Stormrend, increased bonuses to Promise Strike and Stun Strikes to +3. That's nice. Increased electrical damage to Promise Strike and Stun Strikes to 160 per 3. That's nice. Reduce animation speed when casting Promise Strike while dual wielding. That is a big nerf to spam Promise Strike, right? In Diablo 3 there's rifts and stuff. Is there something similar in Grim Dawn? Yes, of course. What do you mean no? Shadow Ram is literally rifts, basically. Shadow Ram is basically... It's not exactly rifts, but it's similar to rifts. And you also have the Crucible, which is like an arena mode, where you like fight waves after waves. And then you have also like super bosses, like Celestial bosses. Okay, so rifts, what do you do in rifts, right? You speedrun the rift by like killing mobs, you build up a meteor, and then you spawn a boss, right? And Shadow Realm is you kill mobs to fill up a meteor, to then go to the next level, to fill up the to kill mobs again, to fill up the it's literally rifts, dude. It's just like in rifts in Diablo 3, right? You have like one map where you kill mobs and you fight a mob, like the boss in that room, right? In the same map. In Grim Dawn, you have 3 maps basically, right? You have like map number 1, you kill mobs, you fill the bar, you go to the next map, you do the same again, and then again, right? You do it 3 times, and then the 4th rift is like you fight up to 4 bosses at the same time. It's kind of like a Rift Guardian, just like up to 4 Rift Guardians at the same time. If you say you kill mobs, it's the same. Rift progression is different. With the gems? Wait, how is it different? Wait, isn't Diablo 3 like you kill mobs and that just like builds the meter? I'm confused. Like you kill mobs and it builds the meter, right? In Grim Dawn, like you kill mobs and it builds the meter and you like pick up the souls that they drop as well. It was like the same mechanic, kinda. It's not the core why you play rifts. Okay, why do you play rifts then in Diablo 3? Okay, I mean, okay, so the reason why you do this, of course, can be different, I guess. How you upgrade gear, that, okay, but the gameplay is first of all like the rift and what you do in the rifts, right? Like, how you upgrade the character is like, in my opinion, like detached from that, because it's like a different system outside of that, right? Yeah, you're taking the theory crafter approach to this again. I see. Yeah. Crimson Claws, increased health, whatever. Grey Knight, increased Fizz Rest to 10%. Reduce cooldown and skip rock. Wait, Grey Knight gets a buff? Why? I mean, I'll take it, but I don't think it needed it. Alright, Venom Lance, increased health, increased acid damage to RF, add 100% kills to acid to PB. Sure. Maybe it has like a use now, this item, it's kind of garbage there. This one we already read, the mythical one, right? This one is just more health, sure, whatever. Moments of the Week, increased poison damage modifier to RE. It's poison and not acid, so it's kinda whatever as well, because it can't shotgun, like poison can't shotgun, only acid can. Vortex of Souls, I mean it's just a non-mythical one, so whatever, right? The Rift is just a walking simulator. I don't know, I feel like killing mobs is still like a pretty big part of RPGs, to be honest. Like, to many people, killing mobs is like literally the gameplay of an RPG, right? Why is there a new patch? I thought the game was done. Yeah, content-wise it is done. They're just like balancing. Making OP things worse and making bad things better. To make the game like to increase build variety, to be honest. Like, yeah. To make the game feel better and to increase build variety. In D3 it's all about what happens after the Rift. I don't even know what happens after the Rift. I've never heard like anybody talk about what happens after the Rift. Like what do people do even after the Rift? Upgrading gem levels, getting paragon levels. And you get paragon levels in the Rift by killing mobs though. Upgrading the gems, isn't that like just not like plus main stat? You collect resources. Yeah, in Grim Dawn you like collect items at the end, which you can also use to make your character stronger. If they're an upgrade. If they're not an upgrade, then you don't get any stronger, right? I guess Diablo 3 rifts are just like more guaranteed power, because like paragon levels are just like always guaranteed power no matter what you do. You just grind XP in Diablo 3. Like that's just like in general, right? Like it doesn't matter what you actually do. The gameplay of rifts is similar to Shadowrun. The entire it's like just like a complete different system when it comes to like upgrading your character, right? And Diablo 3 is like you just grind XP, and you want to grind XP as quickly as possible just to like get like plus main stat from paragon levels and like from gems, right? SR doesn't progress your character? I mean it does though if you like drop the right items. Like if you use SR as one of the main reasons to get like good MIs. And also to like grind items for like the perfect rolls as well, like legendaries. It's like one of the best legendaries per minute. Like yeah, SR and Crucible are like the best legendary per minute, and the best chance to like get across the board like triple rares and like good MIs in general. And also blueprints. Right, like you do SR for blueprints, like you do SR for all the reasons why you also do totems, but it's more efficient than totems if you can do like a certain level and your character is strong enough. Like SR and Crucible are ideally giving you what totems give you, just like it's higher difficulty and you get higher rewards, right? SR is less efficient and you're playing the wrong SR build. Reason is, yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, I mean, the efficiency upgrade from totems to SR for blueprints is like just a tiny bit. And for legendaries, it is noticeable, but not as like impactful as for MIs, yeah. Like, in the end, like, MIs are probably like the true reason why you play SR, yeah. You only do SR in Diablo 3, or like Rift in Diablo 3 because it boosts +5. You have all items and gems after like 2 days from league start anyway. Yeah, I mean, Diablo 3 is just, endgame is designed to be an XP grind. Grim Dawn is an item grind. If it's even a grind at all, right? Like, you don't hunt XP in Grim Dawn at all. Like, you get... Okay, so in Diablo 3, right, you get all items after 2 days. In Grim Dawn, you're max level after 2 days. Or like after 6 hours or 5 hours if you're speed leveling with like the speed leveling items on your second character. And then it's all about the items, right? In Diablo 3 it's all about the XP, in Grim Dawn it's all about the items. That's basically like the main difference there. Anyway, legendary set items. Alagast's Masterpiece, increased Aether damage to Stormbox, replace Aether with health, increased away. Okay, overall like a nice buff to Aether Stormbox. The set itself, I think, is still super awkward to play, and I don't know if it's ever going to be good. If they just, like, don't change it at all. Alchemist's Touch of Anguish, added Poison Rust, reduced Vit Rust. I mean, that's like a nice buff, I guess, for non-Occultists. But I mean, why would you play Occultists for cold damage? I mean, you can sometimes, but not necessarily a Witch Hunter. Ardor of Octavius, increased away and Fizz. That's pretty big Octavius buffs for I don't know what reason, but I mean, they are there. Sure, Octavius is getting buffed. Armor of Eternal Light, this is the Morganath set, right? Increased health, increased armor, increased vitreous, reduction to weight of shadows. Okay, I like this actually. This is like making it tankier while playing around the theme, right? The armor theme. And this is nice because Vitality Nightblades are kinda not the best, so this makes sense. Belgo's set, increased armor. Again, this like plays around the theme. Increased attack speed on the grounded skill. Pierce Belgo Blade Master is making a return, maybe? Pog. So the skill gets more attack speed, but the mask loses attack speed and you gain Physiris. So overall, you're just like getting tanky, right? You get more armor, you get more Physiris, you get more health. You get DA instead of OA, which means you can Cunning Dump more. Okay, I mean, why not? Makes sense. Black Scourge Covenant. Black Scourge is Black Flame, right? Just more health. Okay, that's a ton of health, holy moly. Blood Lord's Mantle, more health. Okay, whatever. Blood Knight set. More Physiris and Blood Knight. That's very nice, especially like for two-handed melee Blood Knight set builds, which are really good, but tend to be sometimes a little bit squishy. Or like squishy against like burst damage at least. Increased leech on the summoned pet attacks. These will actually heal you, the player, right? Because they're pet-scaled pets. I mean, player-scaled pets, not pet-scaled pets. Increased leech on Counter-Strike. I wish they also like increased the damage on the Counter-Strike a bit. Increased armor, sure. Increased wit damage, okay. I mean, this is a Blood Knight set buff alongside a Bone Harvest skill buff in the same patch. Yeah, like Bone Harvest is gonna be insane on this patch, I don't know. It seems really strong. Blood Rager added heal to the skill proc. Wait, what? Mythical Blood Rager, more health. That was like a pretty nice buff to bleeding, but it's not gonna lie. Bonemonger set, increased Eris reduction to Siphon Souls to -15. That's nice. That is also very nice for the Elemental RE build from the League, right? This will also benefit a lot from this. The Gunner's Destruction, added 100% fire, Fist of Fire and Lightning, and increased Fire Lightning to Fire Strike. Okay, they're like going for more split damage on Destruction, Fire Lightning, split damage. I mean, you never play 4-piece though, like, you always like just play 3-piece, right? Added Freeze Rust, increased Bleed Rust, removed Projectile Pass-Through, and 50% pass-through on Storm Spread. This one gets 100% pass-through on Bursting Round. Just in line with like all the other changes to pass-through, right? Dark Blaze Garb, yeah, Dark Blaze is getting like a nerf damage-wise. I don't know. I felt like the set was fine because like, yes, it was good damage, but also like was very squishy. Now it just getting nerfed. I don't know. Dark One's Gift, reduced absorption on the proc. Dark One nerf, okay. Dawnseeker's Light set. Added 5% retaliation, added to attack to savagery. Dawnbreaker's Sledge. Reduced. Wait, so they're reducing it here, but adding it here. Dawnbreaker's Sledge. Dawnbreaker. This was 6, and now it's 4, and the other one is +5, so overall it's like 9 instead of 6. That's a 3% buff. Or like, no, it's a buff by 3% retaliation damage added. It's pretty strong actually. Death Guard set, increased Physiris. I mean, this set needs something. And it's getting buffed again, so that's nice. So, added health, stun res, removed armor, increased CDR to Bone Harvest, increased attack speed, added health, added damage to Bone Harvest, reduced crit though. That's like more consistent damage then, I guess. Increased more damage here, poison damage here. Blah 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 blah. Okay, I mean... Acid Bone Harvest meta in the league. Here we go. Death Guard, Mantle, Death Guard, Shroud, Death Marked. Oh, no, this is Death Marked. Death Marked is like a garbage set right now, is it not? Kind of bad. Increased Pierce as Cold, increased resist reduction to the grounded skill to -18. That's pretty high now. Increased Leech, increased damage modifier in the weapon pool skill, increased Leech, health, bonus to AQC, damage to AQC, increased damage. Okay, I like this a lot because Deathmark was like pretty crap. It's getting buffs and it's getting buffs that fit the theme of the set, makes sense. Deception of Dreeg, reduced chance of pass through to Dreeg's wood to 33%. Mantle investments of the Dreeg increased the A and the A. Okay, Defender of the 3 increased armor to 18%. That is the after retaliation shield, right? Okay. I mean, I don't think this needed it. I mean, whatever. Diviner. This was like one of the best sets that you could play in the league, right? Last time. And they're buffing it. Monk ass, dude. Ember's Calling set reduced Chaos Rest reduction on Veil of Shadow to -20. Chaos Nightblades are getting like cucked left and right, I guess, a bit. Gaul's Menace set increased health to 2k. It's like a pet. Acid Pets, right? Acid Pet buff. Harbinger of Eternal Suffering increased bonuses to Occultist to +2. Wait, what? Rabinger, right? They're just buffing Rabinger. I mean, okay, it makes sense that a two-hander has +2 to all skills, though. That does make sense, for sure. Yeah, but like, nerf Dark Blaze, buff Diviner, and buff Harbinger, question mark? Is it finally time to play a Ravager set? I've been wanting to play a Ravager build since like basically Forgotten Gods release, which is like 3 years ago now. I still haven't played one. Wait, there was one other build that I maybe wanted to play as well. So Rabinger could be on the list now. Fuck, what was the other one? I forgot. No! Meat Shield? Siphon Souls? Siphon Soul would be like a beginner build, yeah. Meat Shield. There was one other build that I thought of earlier. I think I didn't say it. I should have said it. I'm retarded. Cooldown Promise Strike. It wasn't that one either. Whatever. I'll remember at some point. Justicar Guard. Alright, so increased damage to Final Force Wave. So like a Sharzul build buff. I mean also a buff to the like the build with the shield, right? And also increased damage to Blitz, makes sense. Yeah, they're nerfing the cooldown on the amulet, but buffing Blitz makes sense. Ember's Calling, like buffing Fire Blitz. I mean, Fire Blitz is not OP at all. Ember's Calling, reduced Chaos Rest reduction on the mask as well, okay. Corvus Fury, increased weapon damage to Ring of Steel to 170. Dude, are we gonna like play Korban? Ring of Steel spam now? That was insane, right? How do you farm Ember's Calling? It only drops in the Shadow Realm. You need to basically like farm shit around 65 or higher in ultimate to get it. Krieg set? No. Well, play Harbinger when you can play 2 set and 2-handed on Reckoning side. Lights Guardian, Lights Defender, added armor absorption, that's nice. And damage modifier for Stonebox increase, nice. They put this on this because people were using the gloves and other bones, I see. Okay. The armor absorption bonus is nice though, really nice. Alchemist's Touch of Anguish added 27 poison rest and reduced veterans, so that's the same as the non-mythical one, right? Codex of Agravix added cooldown reduction to Siphon Souls, I mean whatever. Inferno Knight's Girdle increased health and removed crit damage. It's like a damage nerf, but a health buff, of course. Kind of whatever. Okay, Avenger, let's go. Reduced physical resistance of the proc to 18. Avenger nerf, interesting. Physrust was 22 before, so like -4% Physrust, right? Avenger's Crusher reduced weapon damage on Smite and its targets.
Good, you're back.
Okay.
A groundbreaking Diablo experience. Diablo Immortal is a brand new mobile game from Blizzard Entertainment. A genre-defining action role-playing game series set between the events of Diablo 2, Lord of Destruction and Diablo 3 Markenzeichen. Clash with armies of demons. Collect epic loot.
Welcome, man, Blender. Thanks for the resub. How you doing, man? Yeah, exactly. Fuck, I can't write. Oh my god. Yeah, the other mortal people finger, right? Blizzard is good for only one thing, for memes. Alright, here we go. Avengers... No, Razen's Torment. Reverted damage adjustment on the granted skill. Wait, reverted damage adjustment. Was the damage adjustment a nerf or a buff? Huh? What do you mean damage adjustment? Okay, Razen's Torment reduced damage on granted skill. Increased leech. Wait, only granted skill. So they're buffing the skill, right? Yeah, okay, so the skill is getting buffed again. Yeah, okay. Diablo 2. Yeah. Stoneguard Pummeler. Increased retaliation damage added to attack. The Shattering Smash at 32. Wait, they're buffing Stoneguard set? What the fuck? Imagine like nerfing Dark Blaze but buffing Stoneguard. Stronghold of the Legion getting buffed. Shield damage block, increased health, but reduced projectile pass through on the skill to 70%. Target's Craft, increased the A to, internal trauma to ABB. Okay, yeah, please buff this because like, the ABB stuff, I don't get it anyway. And this getting buffed is fine. Buffing the Blade Arc stuff as well, don't think it was needed, but oh well. Harbinger's Message set. Just added 10% leech. Like, just what? Why? Okay, that's good, I guess. Okay, so Ravager just had its proc, the damage of the skill unnerfed and gets like 10% more leech. Okay. Why not? Mage Slayer's Arm Guard added 20% attack speed and reduced elemental damage modifier of Ignifier to 60. Okay. This is like for infiltrators, the attack speed. Hood reduced elemental damage to Ignifier. Yeah, they're like just nerfing Mage Slayer across the board, right? Like all the other Ignifier nerfs were also like targeted to Mage Slayer, I guess. Runebinder set. Here we go. Increased fire damage modifier for Castor to 110. People don't play the full set ever though, right? Like they just buffed this a bit, but they also like buffed other Castor items. So like, why would you play this if you could just like still play the other Castor items, right? Isn't Harbinger the crossbow set? It's incompatible with Razum? No, it is compatible. You can play both sets. They don't have like any overlapping slot. Sacred Harmony set. This is next in Ortus, right? Reduced cold and fire damage on flame touched. Adjusted acid conversion to 67 fire and 33 cold. So they're nerfing cold, buffing fire, and thus kind of like forcing dual fire cold, because people are just like playing most like just cold and ignoring the fire before. Replace cold damage modifier and fast strike with 20 fire damage modifier. Yeah. Like they're buffing the fire side, nerfing the cold side, like forcing you to play fire cold hybrid more so than before, which I think is fine. But the elemental damage buffs on devotions, you might just play elemental now actually. Like play elemental devotions, but like yeah, mostly just play fire and cold. Spell Scorch set increased all resistance reduction modifier to blade arc to 28. Adding modifiers for Maven Sphere protection. Do people play like Warcry on Spell Scorch? Or do you just play like the devotion? The Titan Quest expansion? Yeah, this is Titan Quest 2.0, aka Grown Dawn. Welcome on. Vileblade Pact set increased Fuzz Rust to 8%. Sure. Void Soul set increased crit damage. Wait, what? And Fuzz Rust as well. Dude, Void Soul is really strong, right? It's a really strong set overall. And you should play a Void Soul build as well. I haven't played one yet. Valgur's Hunger. I mean, this one is not needed anymore. Reduced with resistance reduction to -16. Okay. I mean, makes sense. It's fine. Ouroboros set though is getting more health. Fair enough. Virtuous Light increased Fizz Rust to 10%. Shield damage blocked. Blah 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 blah. Alright, I mean, Virtue is getting buffed across the board as well. Why not? I don't think this was that good. Okay, now let's go for devotions and skills, right? So, across the board, I think they're just like buffing HP on devotions. Abomination, plus 700 HP. I mean, increased to 700 rather. Infliction, increased retaliation damage to 120. Adaros Phoenix, increased retaliation damage and HP. Amatok, increased health. Assassin, increased health. Autumnborn, increased retaliation damage. Attack Saru, increased health. Azroka, increased health. Bard's Harp, increased health and energy regen. Blaze of Nadan, increased DA. Blind Sage, increased away by quite a lot. This is actually a big buff to Blind Sage. Shade of the Dead, increased health. Crab is a big buff as well to Crab, but I think Crab is possibly still Crab. The skill got like a better buff though, but Oh yeah, I maybe wanted to play Korba, actually. That might be fun to play Korba. Korba, Rabinger, Void Soul. Same fun for sure. Dire Bear, reduced fuzz damage to 8. Sure, Fox, increased leech, fine. Hammer, increased armor. Oh yeah, they also like increasing armor and Hounded Hammer. By quite a big amount actually. I don't know about that. Harvestman's Scythe increased the A to 4%, health and energy to 8%, sure. Huntress increased health, Hydra increased leech, sure. Hyrian increased retail, sure. This one's kinda garbage anyway. Korak the Eldritch Sun increased health, Leviathan increased health, cold damage and frostburn damage, sure. Manticore increased health, Obelisk increased retail, Messenger increased retail, Mogjogan increased leech, increased damage to undead and health, sure. Increased health, like, yeah. Okay, so basically, they're like accepting the fact that the game is so fucking easy, like nobody should play this in softcore anyway. Let's just balance the game around hardcore, right? That's what they're doing here, right? Increased armor, increased retail, increased shield damage block. That's actually pretty nice. She main needs way more shield block percentage to make this like worth it to play, I think. Watcher increased physique, increased the A, back to 5% what it was like some years ago. Stag increased health, Ratoge increased health, increased away as well though. Oh, that's for non-pets. Actually I like this, because like this is only for pets otherwise. Target the builder increased armor, increased retaliation damage by 20%, holy moly. Turtle increased health. Turtle is like so fucking broken now, I think. Or like not broken, but like really good at least. Because it gets like 4% Physras, health, and the proc is like less cooldown and more absorption. It's so good, dude. Like, holy. Typhus, reduced Physras for pets. Yeah, hell yeah. Fuck pets, right? It's kind of funny, like everything gets buffed, and then the one thing that gets nerfed is pets. Uno, the Keeper of Waters, increased health. Ultos increased health. Uzad reduced fizz damage. Okay, like physical damage and pets are getting nerfed, and everything, and retaliation damage and health is getting buffed across the board, basically, right? Hugo, the Insatiable Knight, increased acid damage to 8, cold damage to 8, and attack damage converted to health to 8 as well. Buffing acid and cold. I mean, that's fine. I think both of those damage types are rather bad as well in general, so that's nice. Arcane Barrier, that's the crab devotion, right? Like active. Increased activation chance to 30%, increased absorption scaling with rank, now also absorbs vitality and poison damage. So this now like absorbs everything except for physical and bleed, and internal trauma, and pierce. And physical is the most important thing, right? That you always want to absorb. I don't know. I mean, I feel like Crab might be worth now taking if it like fits your devotions, but it's so hard to like fit this in devotions in the first place. I'm not sure if it's like worth taking over something else. I don't know if it's like worth taking that now. Added Petrify resistance. It's gonna help with the gangbang room and Tomb of the Heretic. That's true, yeah. That's pretty nice actually. Like, this is really nice. Guardian's Gaze, increased leech on the eyes again. Nice. They like buffed this at some point by a lot, then they nerfed it again, then they buffed it again, then they nerfed it again. They always like didn't get the number right, and yeah, it was like a little bit too low on last patch, so that's getting buffed again is nice. Heart of Mogjogan added casting speed as well. That's nice for like casting Devouring Swarm and stuff like that on bleeding builds, right? Hyrian's Glare increased retaliation damage added to attack by 2%. That's nice as well, right? I mean, Hyrian is already pretty much like a retaliation only build. I mean, a retaliation only devotion, right? Let's not kid ourselves, like nobody plays this for non-retaliation. And the only build which you play this on is like a retaliation build that doesn't have a shield, and yet this devotion gives you shield damage blocked and stuff like that, right? And the only build that I've seen using this is exactly this build, right? Retaliation Ignafar, built by Crab Turtle, for example. Here it actually fits and makes sense. Other than that, it's like a very, very niche devotion. Maul, reduced base attack. Like, yeah, okay. Maul has like less leech, another nerf to like physical builds. Messenger of War, added % fire retaliation on the proc. Turtle Shell, already talked about this, right? Less cooldown, more absorption. In my opinion, really, really good on hardcore now. Not necessarily on every single build, but like certainly on cooldown reduction casters and yeah, mostly cooldown reduction casters. Or like any build that doesn't want to play Watcher, but still wants the same like affinity. Like you can always play Turtle instead of Watcher, right? Like Turtle is just really, really good now, I think. Anyway, let's talk about skills, like masteries, right? Soldier, clean sweep, reduced cooldown by 3.8 rather. Clean sweep was pretty high earlier, right? Yeah, it added 5 seconds before, now it's only 3.8 seconds, making it like a lot better for bleed or internal trauma, or like also maybe even nuke physical, maybe. Not sure about that though. Force wave increased base percent weapon damage to 90%, and increased scaling with rank to 265 by rank 16, 325 by max ultimate rank. Tremor increased weapon damage penalty to 85, and damage modified penalty to 28. So this means cooldown force wave is getting buffed, right? This was how much before? At 16 points, 220, now it's 265 and 325. Wait, it's getting 45 more weapon damage? That's insane. $325, and this is... It's getting 45 more at soft cap and 55 more at hard cap. That's a lot. And then this one was 60 before, and now it's 85. So it's minus 25. So you actually like still get more weapon damage, but you also have like total damage modified by minus 28 instead of 25. Watcher got buffed to 5% DA now. This very patch. It's up to 5% DA. I mean, basically, it's like if you want Physrus and the Turtle proc, right? You play Turtle. If you want Armor, you play Watcher and DA, right? Watcher is Armor and DA. Turtle is no armor anymore, but Physrus and the proc, right? Okay, so this is always like a big buff to like any shield-based force wave build, so especially like Octavius. But maybe even like some two-hander builds might want to play cooldown force wave now. Maybe. Okay, if you check out the total damage that you get or lost on two-handed spam now, let's check that out, right? So we have 325, right? So we have 325 instead of 270. That's like a 20% damage increase basically. But now you have, instead of, now you have like minus wait, so you had, before you had 270 minus 60 times 0.25, right? So you had 210 times 0.75. That's what you had before, right? 157.5, and now you're gonna get 325 minus 85 times 0.72, right? That's the buff still, right? What? Oh my god. It's like almost a 10% buff. However, the physical flat here is also gonna get nerfed a bit. Right, assuming you have like both of these maxed. Instead of, okay, 394 plus 498 divided by 2 divided by 2. Oh, fucking god. Divided by 2 plus 234. And now this was times 0.25 before, right? 219.25. But now you have 877 times 0.2. No, then what the fuck? 0.72. So this number, this is what you have now, and before you had this number, so it's like no real like loss here, right? 631 times oh my god, I'm getting tired, holy shit. 63144 divided by 6, 5, 7, 7, 5. It's like a 4% decrease here on the flat. But I mean, this flat is like probably whatever, right? So like you lose 4% of your flat damage, and you gain. I mean, I could have done the same as. Oh my god, what am I doing? I could have like just done this, right? It's the same number, obviously. Like you lose 4% on the flat, and you gain like 9 point something percent on the weapon damage, right? So probably 9.7% on the weapon damage. So probably overall, spam force wave is also actually getting a small buff. But yeah, huge buff for cooldown force wave, small buff for spam force wave, probably still. Tremor, increased weapon damage penalty to minus. We already read that. Marcomi's advantage, the rather like underwhelming weapon pool skill. Marcomi's disadvantage is getting more weapon damage. Okay, military conditioning, reduced health scaling. Finally, soldier is getting a nerf to its health pool. Finally, fucking finally, dude. Okay, so military conditioning right now has 18% physique and 24% health at 10 out of 10, right? And now it will have 3% less health. It's not a lot less, but at least something, right? It will still have 36 at max, apparently, right? Yeah. But I mean, usually just like 11 or 10 out of 10 does, right? So you get like 3% less health. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. Like, Soldier has too much HP in a way. Solon's technique will have pass through now, reduce weapon damage to 165 and 200. This was, I think, like 10% more before, so it's like a 10% weapon damage buff. Actually, 15. This was 230 actually. Like, okay, 30% on max. And 15 on soft cap. No, 10 on soft cap. Okay. And Mercomians is 5 more on soft cap. 10 more on ultimate. So overall you have like less damage in these weapon pool skills now. But I think that's fine. Demolitionist, Brimstone, reduced fragment scaling from 4 to 5, 2, 4 to 5 by rank 12 and 5 to 6 by max ultimate rank. This is mostly, I feel like an AoE nerf to Fire Strike that will mostly affect only Crucible in a way. Right. This is mostly like a Crucible nerf. This had like 5 to 6 before, and 6 to 7 later, and now it has like basically 1 projectile less. Which honestly is fine by me. Fine by me. Shattering Blast. Granado gets more retaliation damage. Nice, nice. Vindictive Flame gets more health increase, health regeneration increase per rank as well. They basically, I think what you had, or like what you got from the conduit before, they put whatever health regen you got from the conduit into the skill itself now. So that's also perfectly fine. Ulzon's Wrath, increased retaliation damage as well. Okay, why not? Another retaliation damage buff here. Nightblade, Blade Barrier, increased regen. I think they're basically like the same, doing the same here, right? There was also like a conduit with health regen to Blade Barrier, and they're like basically removing that from the conduit and putting it into the skill. Also, you can't fucking see me at all anymore, right? Let me put on some lights. The cool thing about Blade Barrier now, though, is it cannot be dispelled anymore, right? So, also crowd control resistances are now 80% at all ranks all the time, and you have only 12% cooldown on max ultimate rank, right? Right, increased cooldown scaling? Yeah, okay, like you have 2 seconds less cooldown on max compared to before. Now, this might seem great against Arcane, right? The thing is, if you get Arcaned while in Blade Barrier, you're still gonna lose all your other buffs, right? Like, yes, you will not get dispelled, like your Blade Barrier will not get dispelled, you're still gonna be like damage immune. But you will still lose all your buffs, so... You wonder how long it will take them to update the build calculator, Shashade? Probably not too long, not too long, usually. It should be rather quick, a couple of days maybe. If at all. You can have permanent invulnerability on a Spellbreaker with less hassle now. Like triple weapon swapping. Weapon procs only work on melee attacks or magic too? You mean these weapon proc skills here? They're only like on default attacks. Like Marcome's Advantage or Zolhan's Technique are only like on... what is this? The 5th element? Huh? Ah. Turn on the lights, yeah. Korba looking weird. Mirror is dispellable though, yeah, that's true. Wait, why weird? Isn't the weapon damage really low? Yeah, Korba doesn't have like high weapon damage. You need physical to cold to Ring of Steel maybe as well, right? Somehow. But it's not possible, right? You just need like... I mean, yeah, you gotta live with like 50% because of 2 Korba items and then like the cold stones, right? Alright. Shaman, Entangled Vines, increased base retaliation damage to 5%. Yeah, I mean that one like acid retaliation Vines Archon build is getting buffed quite a bit. For sure. Fairy Hunger has passed through as well now. Very nice. Heart of the Wild, reduced health scaling. Yeah, they're also like nerfing Shaman health a bit. I mean that's also fine by me. They nerfed Soldier by what, 3%? How much are they nerfing this one by? %. Why are they nerfing Shaman more than Soldier? Question mark? Huh? Promise Strike, increased radius to 3.8. Okay, this is like big changes actually to Promise Strike. Just like with Force Wave kinda. They're like buffing cooldown Promise Strike by a ton, I think. And keeping spam kind of the same. So radius is 3.8 now instead of what? Instead of 3.3, right? So you have like 0.5 bigger radius by default. The Thunder Strike gave you like 0.8 less, and now it will give you 1.3 less. You would have like the same radius on spam, but 0.5 meters more on non-spam, right? Also increased base weapon damage to 120, scaling to 300 and 360. So 300/360 is like the numbers we want to care about here. 300 is 40 more than 260, and 360 is 40 more than 360. Okay. So that's like 60% more weapon damage right there. And this will have 100% penalty. Wait, what did I say? 60% more? No, it's 40% more. Right? So 40% more weapon damage on the base skill, and 40% more penalty. So like you have the same. Yeah, it's basically like literally the same on spam, and just like 40% more weapon damage on non-spam, and also like bigger radius on non-spam. Seems fair to me. Ching rounds get passed through. Bonehouse is getting also a big buff to 120, 300, 360. It is right now, I think the same as Promise Strike or something, right? Yeah, actually no, it's 270 and 330, so it's getting 30% damage buff. Not quite as much as Promise Strike. However, you can play House Their Death and get like 20% multiplicative more damage, right? On this compared to Promise Strike, right? So that's pretty big. Like Bonehouse is gonna hurt a shit ton on this patch. It's gonna be pretty high damage. Dread also has higher vitality decay scaling with rank. That's nice because I feel like Dread was basically never played on any build. Even on like caster builds, it was mostly just one-pointed. So it's pretty nice. Very nice to have this like buffed. For sure. I kind of wish they would have maybe like reduced the flattened Soul Harvest a tiny bit to compensate, but oh well. Necrotic Edge is the pass-through weapon pool skill in the Necromancer tree now. Right, if you want to play pistol or gun Necromancer, then make sure to pretty much always pick up Necrotic Edge if you want like AoE or like pass-through at least. Siphon Souls is like a big change as well, right? Siphon Souls has 6-second duration and 5-second cooldown now, making it like 100% uptime by default. Before it was 6-second recharge and 3-second duration, so like only 50% uptime. And that's like doubling the uptime from 50 to 100%, which is insane, right? Especially for like any vitality damage build, right? Before you had only permanent uptime on Seared Souls, which now you will also have on vitality. Seared Souls is kind of like, it still like adds 3-second duration, but it's kind of whatever, because like you already have 100% uptime already now, and it's there for the conversion and nothing else really. Also, Blood Boil has its bleed and Wit Decay damage scaled up with rank, so this will not affect Aether because Aether, well, doesn't have dots. But it's a nice buff to like bleed and Wit Decay Siphon Souls, or like any other damage type that can convert Wit Decay to the respective damage type, so maybe like Acid or Elemental, right? Also OA reduction is getting buffed as well, pretty nice. Oathkeeper, here we go. Clarity of Purpose. Reduced CC resistances to 12%, but increased their scaling with rank so that the values at 12 the same. So people were just one-pointing Clarity of Purpose a lot, right, recently, because you get like insane percent away and like stun rust and so on just like from one point, and like the other points didn't matter as much, so now you will get the same percent resistances at soft cap as before, but less when you only like put 1 point. Which is why, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be more important again to put more points to Clarity of Purpose compared to before. Haven, increased shield damage blocked, but reduced health, right? Okay, so the health reduction is the same as, I think there's one from Shaman. And at least for Haven, the sweet spot, the new one, is actually at 6 out of 10. Because you still get like 18% here, and then it's like +2, +2, +2, +2, leaving you at 20, what was it, like 26 at 10 out of 10, right? But you gain like more shield block. I mean, shield block sucks, so shield block getting buffed, HP getting nerfed, seems fine to me, right? Totally fine to me. Heart of Wrath, reduced burn damage. So yeah, for some reason, like I guess still like shield breakers using like if for a night set would like completely OP or something. Yeah, so that's getting nerfed again, yet again. Feels bad, man. Reduce radius and damage. I wish the skill had like better uptime by default, to be honest. But oh well. Rebuke. Reduced physical damage scaling with rank. This is in line with like... Wait, they didn't nerf Temper? I thought they were gonna nerf Temper. They ended up not nerfing Temper? Okay. Only nerfing Rebuke. Yeah, so flat, like less flat physical damage from Rebuke. Reprisal, increased burn damage with rank. This is the Aegis one, right? So more burn on Aegis, and also higher reiteration on Aegis by default. This on top of like the itemization buffs to Aegis. Dude, Aegis is gonna be like bonkers, so what the fuck? Resilience, reduced percent max res and DA to 1% and reduced increased scaling with rank so that values at 12 out of 12 are the same. Okay. Yeah, Resilience was a very, very, very strong one-pointer as well in the past. It's getting the same treatment as Clarity of Purpose, I guess. Yeah, this was 5% Physiras and 5% DA and 3% max auras before. And now it's... one and one for DA and max auras. Okay, they don't touch the Physiras, but they're touching the max auras and percent DA. So you have only 1% DA and max auras at one point here. I wonder how the points are gonna be like at around 4 or 5, because like usually people like played either 1 point with like skill bonuses or like 5 points, for example. They said the same, it's gonna be the same at 12 points, right? So you get like probably like 1% DA per point. So we have 5 instead of 8 at 5 out of 12. And max auras is gonna be like 2% pro like at 5. Or maybe... It's gonna scale from 2 to 3 at some point, right? Yo, Kosaka, welcome. Retribution, increased retaliation damage to attack. Dude, I feel like they might be like over buffing Retalic. Like so many retail buffs, holy moly. Safeguard is really nice change though. That's a really nice change, right? Safeguard has no longer percent fire, physical, and trauma, but instead all damage. Right, that's pretty nice. Because I mean, you want to use a shield also on acid builds or vitality builds or even like chaos and aether builds sometimes. Like this is a very nice change, I think. Very, very nice. Also reduce physical damage scaling with rank, like the flat, I guess. That makes sense. That's fine. Shattering Smash also is getting a nerf. I mean, who saw this coming? Pretty much everybody, right? 125 and 145. Before it was 130 and 165. That's getting a 5% nerf at soft cap and a 20% nerf at max ultimate rank. Alright, I mean, overall I think this patch seems totally fine to me. There's some maybe like questionable nerfs when it comes to Dark Blaze, some maybe like questionable buffs when it comes to just buffing everything, maybe like a bit too much, I don't know, like the game is just getting easier and easier across the board, I feel like. But I mean, that's also why we are gonna introduce to you additional challenges in the next Grim Dawn community season, the season 4, which will come out this summer, right? Which will happen this summer. There is no exact release date yet, but we're gonna have a release date very soon, so stay tuned. And yeah, I'll see you around on the next patch or whenever the season starts. I mean, next patch, I mean, maybe next year, right? I don't know. So yeah, season 4 is when we're gonna see you for sure, hopefully here. And also I'll play a new build on this patch. starting with my next stream. So yeah, you can also check out that one. I'll put up a vote probably, at least here on Twitch, for the next build, right? Maybe on YouTube as well, we'll see. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys.